Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Thrive Women Conference, the 3rd annual Thrive Women Conference. Please, could we have the music off, please? Thank you. So I would sincerely like to welcome you all to the second day. It promises to be as exciting as yesterday. And we hope and trust that those of you that were here yesterday. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Thrive Women Conference, the 3rd annual Thrive Women Conference. Please, could we have the music off, please? Thank you. So I would sincerely like to welcome you all to the second day. It promises to be as exciting as yesterday. Please hold. And we hope and trust that those of you that were here yesterday. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so please hold on. We're having some technical issues. We would address that shortly and be right back. I sincerely apologize. Thank you. Apologies once again. We were streaming on YouTube, so it was conflicting with the actual live event. So once again, good morning, and super excited to have you all here today. And those of you that were here yesterday, you would, well, I hope you would have gotten something away from yesterday. So we're looking forward to an exciting day today. The speakers are amazing, and please keep your questions coming. At this point, we would like to advise that if you have any questions whatsoever, please post them on the Q&A. That way we can keep track of the questions. And of course, if you have any comments, please feel free to comment, or if you want to discuss with the panelists as well, you're free to do that. So at this point, we'll move on swiftly to the first thing on our agenda, which is the national anthem. So after the national anthem, we'll do a brief on what we're all about, and then the speakers would come on board. Thank you very much. Brandy, we've started, so we would expect you soon. It's been next 10 minutes, please.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you
It's okay. Okay, thank you.
okay.
Yeah, cheers. Welcome back. I have to apologize. I guess I was speaking and I forgot my audio was on as well. So good morning. Welcome once again to day 2 of Thrive Women Conference. So at this point, I would like to just quickly give us a brief of what we do, who we are, and then the speakers. I was just trying to get in touch with them just to make sure we're all on point. So the speakers will be joining us subsequently after that. So I'll just quickly run through what we do. Please bear with me 1 second. Okay, so Thrive Women Solutions is a social enterprise established in 2018 and dedicated to helping women empower themselves and others to become financially independent and live emotionally healthy lives. Now, from inception, we have organized our annual conference in conjunction with our other channels to achieve our set objectives of enlightening and empowering women to become financially independent and live emotionally healthy lives for themselves, their families, and the communities they live in via value-adding seminars, workshops, webinars, weekly motivational podcasts, weekly inspirational newsletters, and mentorship opportunities for our participants. Because we understand and firmly believe in the immense value women who are financially and emotionally empowered offer to the socioeconomic and political development of their families, communities, and economy as a whole, we remain committed to impact as many lives as possible and are open to collaboration to reach and impact millions of women across Nigeria and indeed Africa. From our experience so far, we have come to the realization that we need to catch our women much younger to avoid some of the pitfalls we as older women encounter and still encountering, and empower them much earlier to avoid such pitfalls. In light of this, we will be launching in the second quarter of 2021, Thrive Girls, where our emphasis will be on self-esteem and confidence, ethical values, and daring to dream great dreams and follow through what they dream about, that nothing is impossible for them to do, or have. We are excited at the progress we are making and the immense possibilities the future holds forth for us. We enjoin you and invite you to come collaborate with us if you buy into our vision and mission as we work to improve the lives of women and girls, and in so doing, empower and improve humanity as a whole. It's all about women helping women for Thrive. So that's our mission. I hope you all have your brochures, the mission, vision, and our core values are all there. So please, if you don't have it, just signify in the chat room and a link will be sent where you can actually have the brochure to follow the event proper. So at this point, we would like to take adverts from our supporters, and then the speakers will come on board as well. Thank you. Okay, thank you for your patience. So we have just about now to start. Apologies for that. I'll just read through the introduction of our speakers. I hope you have a notebook and a pen because it promises to be exciting. The coach Izefua Erabo is fantastic and she promises to deliver. So please make sure you have your questions ready, you have your notebook ready, and then you will have a good time as well. Thank you. Please hold on while I read her profile. Thank you. Okay, so our first speaker, today's first session is on emotional and physical well-being. Our first speaker today is none other than Mrs. Izefua Irabo. Mrs. Izefua Irabo is the founder of Whole Human. Whole Human. You can check out you can check her out on Instagram and on the internet as well. She'll be speaking to us about loving myself through stress and through the stress and ups and downs of life. So Izefua Irabo is a parenting guide, a human flourishing teacher and coach. She is the founder of Whole Human, an organization that promises, oh, I beg your pardon, that promotes the science of well-being for spiritual human functioning and flourishing in society. With nearly 2 decades of practice experience, Izefua trained as an applied positive psychology practitioner, an applied positive psychology coach at the Flourishing Center, New York City, in America, and is licensed as an emotional intelligence practitioner by the 6 Seconds Emotional Intelligence Network, USA. Prior to Whole Human, Izefua worked until 2012 as Dean of Faculty at the Olushola Lanre Coaching Academy and was later the host of the Parents Talk on City FM. She is blending her rigorous training and analytical. Sorry, I'm just having problems with this. Sincere apologies. She's now blending her rigorous training and analytical legal skills with the science of positive psychology and related interventions to facilitate well-being and flourishing for all. She is an alumni of Olushola Lanre Coaching Academy, a member of the Positive Discipline Association USA, Life Coaches Association of Nigeria, the International Coach Federation, and the 6 Seconds Emotional Intelligence Network USA. Izefua loves to write poetry for leisure and is married. She's mom to 3 children. Please join me in welcoming Coach Izefua Irabo. Now, our second speaker for this panel is none other than Miss Brandy Perdue. Miss Brandy Perdue is the founder of Be Elite All Stars, and she'll be talking on self-love, weight loss, her weight loss journey, exercise, diet, and the discipline that comes with it all. She'll definitely be sharing her own personal story. Now, Brandy Perdue is also known as Coach Brandy, who is the owner and co-founder of Be Elite All Stars, which is a non-profit all-star cheer program based out of Tampa, Florida in the United States of America. With over 20 years of cheerleading and coaching experience in the Tampa community, Brandy decided to follow her childhood dream of starting her own all-star program back in 2016. Brandy's her program mission is to provide a safe, affordable program for athletes in her very own community. Brandy's passion for the sport of cheerleading is evident in everything that she does, but her love for the youth goes beyond that. In her spare time, Brandy enjoys spending quality time with her 2-year-old son, Chase, and mentoring young girls in her community. She has also started investing more time into fitness and wellness, as she has recently started a new weight loss journey and has recently lost over 80 pounds. She is now focusing more on her emotional, mental, wellness, and is currently advising and motivating many other women through her own personal journey. Please join me in welcoming Miss Brandy Peru.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Brandy. Hi.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
I was having difficulty signing in. I apologize.
No problem, no problem at all. So you will be speaking second after the first speaker, and
Okay.
we appreciate your time because we know the time difference is just about 3 or 4 a.m. over there in
Yes,
America.
ma'am.
So thank you so much for your time,
You're
and
welcome.
I'll just we'll just go through some adverts and then I'm sorry, you can't see me. We just go through some adverts and then we'll start the session proper. Okay?
Okay. Okay,
Okay.
awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So we would just at this point move on to the next topic, which is the first speaker, Coach Izefua. So, Coach Izefua would be talking to us today. And like I said earlier, please have your pen, your notebook ready, and your questions ready. If you have any questions, please post on the Q&A. And if you have any comments, please feel free to chat in the chat box. Thank you very much. Coach Izefua, are you ready?
To permit me to turn on my video, it says I require your permission.
Oh, apologies. Okay.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Good morning. For those watching from Nigeria, I live in Lagos, Nigeria. And to be still night for some other people, I guess, but good morning, everybody. It is a pleasure to be here. I take the invitation to speak with my kind, and by that I mean women. I take it seriously because I understand the space that we're all navigating and the seeming complexities of our lives. Whether you're a woman with a child or a woman who's single, there are pressures both ways, and who's trying to do the work that we do within our families, with ourselves, and in the various organizations that we work in. So I do honor every woman here, and I look forward to the time I have to share with us. So I was asked to talk about self-love and to talk about how we can rediscover ourselves and how we can love ourselves through the joys. I particularly like the highlight of through the joys, the stress, and the pressures of life. And to kick off our conversation, I thought to just highlight the benefit of self-love. And let's see how that goes. So we know from research that some of the benefits of loving ourselves, whether male or female, but in context female, is we have a very, very solid sense of healthy relationship, first of all, with others. That means when we're able to really embody self-love, we're able to be in relationship with other people in a loving way. And what that also means from the research is that relationship is such a fundamental part of not just our daily well-being, but is the strongest marker from research on longevity. That means how long we stay here in life, right? And so it makes sense that is because self-love also has a benefit of impacting on our physical health. Or I'm not talking about physical well-being, but just to flag that off, on our physical health and on our cardiovascular health, the health of our heart, the health of our organs, on our achievements, which is so critical, right, for us as women. Yesterday, during the conference, I understand that we spoke a lot around business and all of that and the work that we do in the world. Just to flag this off, that for us to actually do those things well and show up as our true self in the world, we do require to love ourselves, because self-love impacts on our performance, how we show up and how effective we perform. It impacts on our creativity, on how innovative we are, because we know from the science that positive emotions, when we experience a lot of positive emotions, please, a caveat, I am one of those pushing for the allowance of negative emotions in our lives. And I say negative emotions in quote because I do not believe that there are negative emotions. We do believe that every emotion is useful and serves a purpose. However, we recognize that there are unpleasant and pleasant emotions like joy versus fear, right? And those are some of the things like love versus hate, love versus fear, shame versus kindness. We'll talk about some of that. So we understand that all of these emotions are valid. However, we do know that when there is an intensity of unpleasant emotion and recurrent of unpleasant emotion, that self-loathing and self-hate and self-doubt bring about as well, it impacts on our capacity to be creative. It impacts on our capacity to be innovative. And it's not just fluff, right? Ladies, it's not fluff. It impacts because literally emotions that we feel impact on our brain. It's a brain thing. We feel emotions, the chemical of emotions show up in our brains. And when we do feel positive emotions, research tells us that we are expanded. If I ask you, when you feel love, what do you feel like doing? Some people usually, that's an activity I do. Some people usually would say, oh, I want to talk to my friend. I want to dance. I want to sing. I want to connect. If I ask you, when you feel shame, what do you feel like doing? Literally, you want to hide. When you feel anger, what do you want to do? You want to hit something. You want to do something that is not open. So self-love has a strong correlation with our capacity to perform, to be creative, and to be innovative, to even generate ideas, right? And to follow through on our ideas. Self-love increases, again, our mental and emotional health. So these are some of the benefits of self-love. And you can imagine that a lack of it, or when we're in seasons when we experience a deficit of it in our lives, the opposite is what we begin to experience. And we experience that, for instance, when we're in those seasons when we feel either those seasonal sense of depression or a loss of belonging or isolation in the world or self-loath. We know when we feel those things and what happens as a result when we cannot show up in our own lives. So those are some of the benefits. And as I pondered about what to share with us, it's interesting that there are these beautiful quotes around self-love. I don't know if you've come across some of them. And there are some of them that we say to ourselves, right, to make ourselves or to motivate ourselves to love ourselves better. Nothing wrong with that. I'm such a fan of affirmations, right? So I'll just read a few of them and then we move from there. One of them is, be original is much better than a copy. Another one is, be proud of who you are and not ashamed of how someone else sees you. Another one is, which by the way I love so much, is owning our story and loving ourselves through the process is the bravest thing that we will all ever do. That's a quote by Brené Brown. Another one is, self-love is not selfish. You cannot truly love another until you know how to love yourself. So this particular quote, for instance, we say these things, right? But I don't know who else is in my corner. For yes, I would say these things to myself. But the reality, in my reality, my brain could not connect with the things my mouth was saying. I would say, oh, this is an act of self-love. Don't be selfish, love yourself. You cannot love any other person much more than you love yourself. But I did not really understand what it meant, what it even looked like to love yourself. For those who probably grew up in environments within families where self-love was exemplified by our parents, where probably you had female role models in your life. And this is so important, moms, for those that are moms, or even for all of us women who influence younger people. Modeling the act of loving ourselves in some of the ways that I'll be sharing is so important. But there are those of us who did not have such a model, so we had no reference. I had no reference of what it really looked like to self-love. So all of those quotes, I don't know what they meant. But there's the second part where there are those of us, and I say this because I recognize that there are diverse people here. Some may not have had this history, but there are those of us who have had history of trauma. There are women who have really had painful childhood, youth, and even early adulthood experiences. And one of the things we know from research is early shame, right? Early shame experiences encode in our brains as trauma. So if for any reason you're one of those women who felt shame, whether it's from your body, whether it's even shame around your voice, shame around the things that you say, shame around the ideas that you have, you were shut down or in an abusive situation, you would understand what it means to actually self-loathe, because we begin to believe that we are the things that happen to us. We are our history. We tend to equate ourselves as women as our life experiences, but totally no, we are not. So this was one of the challenges I had, where I could not embody the quotes and affirm these things as my truth because my brain had wired differently. And actually, I was one of those women who self-loathed, really, really self-loathed in every way. So I tell you, one of the things I said I was going to share was when I transitioned from my career as a lawyer to what I'm currently doing as a positive psychologist. I started off as a coach. I learned coaching, and then I became a parent educator. And I remember hosting my first parenting workshop. That was, I think, 10 years ago. And I remember the first group of people in the room where I had the workshop was my friends. Most of them, they were my close friends. However, that workshop turned out well, like I thought it did. I thought it turned out badly because there was a lot of backlash. If you're in business and you know that you're probably pioneering a field and doing something that has never been done, or probably it has been done, but to your knowing, you had no reference point and you're charting a new path. There is a lot of resistance, and boy, we do need doses of self-love to navigate that resistance, because self-love almost is equal to self-belief. You cannot hate yourself and believe yourself and believe in yourself, and you cannot hold an idea that is so amazing and have self-doubt and think that you can actually execute on your idea. So I'll say this quickly. For those of us that are mentors, you find people you're working with and there is resistance. You want them to push forward. You want to motivate them. And you're saying, oh, just do it. They know that they should just do it. But when shame is present, when self-hate and self-loathing is present, they have a struggle just doing it because they do not believe that they are capable of navigating the outcome of doing it. So back to my story. That day, I had a backlash, and I was talking about discipline not being punitive, or you don't hit your child and all of that. And I remember my closest friends were the ones that were, what do you mean? What do you mean you should not do this? And there was that backlash. I left that workshop and did not host any other workshop or do anything around my work in terms of in public, apart from my private coaching, for 2 years. Now, why was this so? This was so because my perception of myself, my perception of my ideas was flawed. I actually thought that I needed to be accepted, that my ideas rather being rejected meant I was rejected because I was not even accepting myself. So where am I going with this? I actually had what we call ANTS. And ANTS is just a simple acronym of automatic negative thoughts going on in my head. And these are some of the thoughts I had. Who am I? Who am I to be doing this work that looks amazing? Who am I? I don't belong here. And I remember I used to feel like an imposter, like, oh my God, you're deceiving everybody. This is not true. This is not who you are. No one would accept you. Your ideas are trash. All of these negative thoughts, I believed as true. This is where I want to quickly say to us that you are not your thoughts. Your thoughts, I like to say, are brain farts. You know, when you fart, thoughts are brain farts. They're like clouds just passing. They are not who you are. They are simply thoughts. They are not facts. So what did I do? I shrunk for those 2 years, and what I learned is what I want to quickly share with us quickly, that we all need a certain form of relationship with ourselves. And that relationship with ourselves is actually what we call self-love, right? Our attitude, so self-love would look like, what is your attitude towards failure, towards your own failure? When you do fail, how do you relate to your failure? How do you relate to your success? I tell you, some people beat themselves, judge themselves harshly as though they are their failures. Some people are too petrified to succeed. I am guilty. I was one of those, too petrified to even announce their name as who they truly are, to show up in their industry because of how they feel about themselves. So what's your attitude towards success? What do you real self-love is about? Believing that you deserve. So what do you think you deserve? Self-love is about your relationship, a caring and loving relationship, a caring and kind relationship to yourself. That is self-love. Self-love is treating yourself with unconditional positive regard. It's believing that you belong here, you're a part of what is going on in the world, you have something to contribute, and that you are wanted and needed here. And you treat yourself with so much positive regard, the way you would treat another person, the way you would treat another woman. Self-love is the value, the respect, the dignity all of us as women give to ourselves. Of course, self-hate is the lack of it, right? It's the place, how we place ourselves in the world, that dignity and value and respect that we give to ourselves. But there is a critical thing. So I've said what self-love is. The big question is, okay, so self-love is the attitude I give to myself, is treating myself with unconditional positive regard, is seeing that I deserve my vision, I deserve to own my dreams, I deserve to have the life that I have. I actually deserve to take a rest. I actually deserve to care for myself. I deserve all of the goodness, the good relationship and the goodness of life. How do I actually actualize or experience self-love? So two things. With self-love, right, we hold ourselves in a balance, and it's a balance of self-compassion and self-trust. This, if you take nothing else out, please, this is critical. Self-love, we hold ourselves in a balance. Again, it's a balance of self-compassion and self-trust. So, self-compassion for moments of failure, because imperfection is what makes us all human. All of us here on this call, all of us watching this that would rewatch this, all of us are human, and we're human because we are imperfect. So self-love is having that balance to be able to attend to ourselves when we fall short, to attend to ourselves when we think that this is the way things ought to go, but it's not going that way right now. To attend to ourselves in that loving and care way, the way we would a dear friend, another person, loving and kind way, the way we would do another friend, another female. The other balance on the scale is self-trust. So self-trust is that which we do to ourselves to push ourselves to actually live our desired self. There is the self that you see that you are. There are visions of who you want to be. There are visions of what you want to accomplish, whether as a business owner, whether as a top executive, whether as a parent, whether as a single woman, whatever it is, whether just as a human being. There are visions of who you hold. Self-trust is actually allowing yourself, is what you use to navigate those moments. When you find yourself having those ants, like I said I have, and you're pulling yourself back and self-sabotaging, your capacity to trust in your ability. Self-trust is simply you saying to yourself, I have what it takes. I have capacity and resources within me to pull through and be the person I want to be. And then should things go wrong, you have the other. I have self-compassion to catch myself, to hold myself in an embrace and to say, you know what, we all suffer and it's okay. What do I need now? So how does this play out in practice? With self-trust, First of all, you recognize all of us on this call, all of us here, from the biology of who we are complete. We are whole. That means all that you need, you have. It's either you have it in yourself or you have resources around you to support you to attract it or to engage in it. So self-trust is giving yourself permission to be the superhuman. That is an act of self-love. To be, when I say superhuman, I'm not saying one without failing. I'm saying somebody with vision, with strength, and the strength I'm talking about is not just physical strength, it's strength, for instance, of what we call character strength, strengths of bravery, strengths of zest, strengths of kindness, strengths of forgiveness, strengths of courage, strengths of creativity. So it's trusting in the strength that you innately possess and pushing towards it, right? And it's having deep faith in your capacity. On the other hand, a place I really like to dwell, which is what we don't usually talk about, is self-compassion. I can almost tell you that self-love equals self-compassion. And there are three critical things with self-compassion. This is where I like to remind us that as humans, all of us have what we call a negativity bias. What that means is our brains, because of how we evolved as humans from the research, our brains were primed to naturally notice things not right as a survival mechanism. So that is why it's easy for us to notice the bad, in quotes, about ourselves. It's easy for us to notice what's going wrong in our business, what's going wrong in our families, where we are failing. And so that we know as women are 3 times more likely to actually experience negativity bias than men do, particularly in areas of performance. So you can imagine why, even within the work environment, you're striving so much because of the cultural biases around being female and the tendency for negativity bias. We experience more of it. So we notice things going wrong. So is this a problem? Yes and no. Just knowing that, oh my God, I do have a tendency towards negativity bias, towards being judgmental, towards being critical about myself, in itself is an intervention. So when you know that, wow, okay, this is how my brain has been wired, right? We have the capacity to hack our brains to, in moments of negativity, turn towards focusing on the positive. So that is the first critical thing I want to talk about self-compassion. We call it strength spotting. And the tool here is for self-care, for you, for self-love, is as you go through your day, pay attention to what you do well. This is where the attitude of gratitude, when they say write your gratitude, first of all, just notice your good. Notice the good in others. Notice the good in another woman and say it. When you do journal at the end of your day and you want to say, oh, I'm grateful for, I'm thankful for, do not just write, oh, I'm thankful for the way the meeting went. I'm thankful I spoke up, blah, blah, blah. I'm thankful for, no, do not just write that. Add to it how you contributed to it. So now I'm going to be giving us tools as I wrap up. How did you contribute to it? For instance, in my journal, I would write, I'm grateful for the Thrive Women Conference today. And how I contributed was I was able to share with a group of women my own truth on self-love. When you do that, you begin to see the goodness that is inherent in you. After a while, your brain literally primes and notices good. This is such an amazing tool to squash judgments that hits at us. One of the reasons we don't even self-care because we self-criticize and self-judge. So 3 other critical things. I want to invite us to experience self-compassion in this week. 1, exchange self-criticism and self-judgments with loving kindness, with self-kindness. And kindness simply means treat yourself the way you would another friend. Pause and ask yourself, how would you treat a friend going through this particular challenge? Would you judge the person or would you embrace the person and give the person succor? Treat yourself as you would another friend. That is kindness. Kindness is recognizing that all of us are imperfect. And in our imperfection, we do need support. 2,
Exchange isolation. Oh my God, we are so quick to isolate ourselves in moments of suffering. And that is not a loving act. We isolate ourselves because we feel shame. Shame plagues women, and shame is not a place where self-love exists. And one of the tools you can use to exchange isolation is what we call shared humanity. And that is just recognizing, saying to yourself, oh my God, this is a moment of suffering. And I know that there are other people going through this sort of thing I'm experiencing right now. By the way, everything I'm sharing with you, these are all tools steeped in research. When you are able to bring yourself to recognize that I'm not just the only person suffering. You know those moments when you're going through a very difficult time and your brain wants to make you feel like it's because you are bad. It's because you failed. It's because you didn't do it right, as though it's just about you. No, it's not about you. There are women ahead of us that have gone through it. There are women coming that have gone through it. So a tool is shared humanity. The last tool I would share is mindfulness. Exchanging, right, what we call over-identification with our emotions to being present with our emotions. And that simply looks like when we go through difficult times, when we go through stress, when we go through challenges, we have a tendency as a culture, a shame-based culture, to squash the negative, in quotes, and difficult emotions that we experience. But the truth is, we cannot squash negative emotions and feel self-compassion and self-love at the same time. What do we do instead? Recognize in a moment, oh my God, I do feel sadness right now. However, you are not the sadness. The sadness is an experience that you are having. So our capacity to do those three things put us on a path towards self-love, where again, we exchange judgments with kindness, loving kindness. We exchange isolating ourselves with shared humanity. And one other way we can do that, by the way, is connection. What our grandmothers did. We know from the science that when we are able to connect with other women, we call this tend and befriend. So this is what happens when we are in moments of stress. We literally feel that sense of, I don't want anybody to know this is a challenge or pain I'm going through, and we withdraw. The contrary is when we are able to connect with another person, not just anybody, a trusting, loving friend, and we experience that moment of connection. That is a powerful self-care tool for women, because when we connect, our bodies repeat. Somebody said, can you repeat the point after self-isolation? Okay, I will. That's mindfulness. I'll talk about it quickly. When we connect with another person, what happens during sex happens just by human connection. Our body secretes oxytocin. That is a trust and feel-good hormone. And that is what we need to feel to be motivated. Hey, moms, women, this is where I want to say, beating yourself up is not a motivation tool. On the contrary, hugging yourself is a tool you can use. Self-soothing, when you're going through a challenging time, I do this all the time. It's just the same thing. Your brain does not know whether you're hugging yourself or someone else is hugging you. When you begin to do that, your body starts to secrete oxytocin. You start to calm down and you start to feel good. And you start to see there is so much goodness in you as a woman. There is a lot that we can do for ourselves. I've talked about spotting your strengths. Let's live here spotting each other's strengths. What's good about me right now? And not just what is wrong with me. Again, the point I said after isolation is exchanging over-identification with emotions to being present with it. Just noticing. It's like passing a woman that you see is suffering and noticing that, wow, this is a moment of suffering for her right now. I hope this has made sense. In the end, we know that the behavior and everything we put out there is governed by our thoughts and our emotions. And we really, really, really want to attend to what is underneath the iceberg, our thoughts and our emotions. We need to redirect our thoughts. And by the way, I want to say here, affirmations are powerful, but I want to add a caveat. Begin to craft your own affirmation. The reason is because for affirmations to work, you need to believe them. They need to be identified with your personal own struggle. So when you are able to attend to your thoughts and redirect those automatic thoughts to more empowering thoughts as they suit you, your peculiar situation, and you're able to attend to your emotions, be compassionate about yourself, not criticize the emotions. We don't suppress or judge it, but just notice that it is there and ask yourself, the part of me that feels shame, the part of me that feels tired, the part of me that feels helpless, what does that part of me need right now? And then give it what it needs. So it needs self-awareness of the state you're in, self-compassion towards that state in loving kindness, and then the self-care that you need. So the self-care is varied. I've shared some tools. The things we learn about mental health are self-care practices, physical health are self-care practices. When we're able to hack our brains and attend to those needs and shift from judgment, then we step into a period of loving and loving and loving ourselves. I hope this has helped someone. I'll take other questions as they come, but in the end, we are actually wired for belonging. We are wired for self-love, and we can love ourselves as women. Let's come together and do that for each other. Thank you.
Wow, I told you guys that you are in for a good time, right? I'll quickly recap what Coach Ezeifa has just spoken to us about. Very passionate, very intense, and very real. I concur with everything she has said, because I too have gone through so much, and I've learned from life itself and from just observation. So I'll just quickly run through, and then please, before I do that, if you have any questions, kindly post on the Q&A. That would really help us. Post on the Q&A, not in the chat room. And of course, you can post your observations in the chat room as well. But please, then if you have any other concerns, before the end of the session, we would ask the panelists to please share their means of contact, if just in case you need them afterwards. So I'll quickly run through what Coach Ezeifa has spoken about. She talked on owning your story. We have to own our story, irrespective of what we think it was or what it wasn't. Please, can we just have that screen on, please? There was something, most of what she said has to do, it's actually in the brochure as well. So most of what she said, it's in that quote. Now, the next thing she said is self-love is not selfish. When you love yourself, it's not a selfish thing. And as women, most of us, I'm not sure about this generation, now that we are more aware as women and as mothers, you know, we're making some changes to how we were brought up as well. So, but self-love is not selfish. It's actually better to love yourself first, because really you can't love somebody else if you haven't experienced your own love. So self-love is not selfish. So during the Q&A, we'll be able to answer a lot of questions around that, surrounding that. Then early shame experience. She emphasized on early shame experience. So I got this quote from, I heard Anthony Robbins speak, and I just picked that from what he was saying, and I referenced it, which is stress doesn't come from the facts. Rather, it comes from the meaning that we give to the facts.
Yes, yes,
because
yes.
It just shifts your emotion. If you say, oh, no, really, this happened to me. It's the happening, it's the deed, it's not you. So what you choose to interpret is what actually manifests for you. So that is exactly what Coach Ezeifa meant when she said, you know, loving yourself and not judging yourself, because looking at what she said earlier, early shame experience also affects us a lot. Then she looked at, you are not your thoughts. They are only thoughts. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, you said they are facts, right?
They are brain fat.
That's the first time I'm hearing that. So they are facts.
Just are brain fats.
Yeah, so they come and go. And it's, if you dwell on them, then they become real. They now take residence in you.
We call them mental schemas. They become beliefs, And the repetition of them, they become mental schemas, what Christians would call strongholds.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So you also touched on your relationship with yourself. What relationship do we have with ourselves? Do we even have a relationship at all with ourselves? Then you talked about what's your attitude to failure? Because really, failure is just another opportunity to do things properly. It's not judgmental. It's the interpretation you give to it. And for everything that happens to us, is the perception we give to it. What is the good in this? What am I supposed to learn from it? Then moving on quickly, we should be caring and kind. We should have a caring and kind relationship with ourselves before we can have with others. Then I deserve to own my dream. All the goodness of life, I deserve it. Why do we argue with that fact? You know, it's like we were raised to think that, and you mentioned something about how we think, that the brain has been wired over and over time, even through our ancestors, over and over time. Our brains have been wired to pick out what is not right so that we can fix it. A survival mode thing, right? So we need to begin to change that. Instead of looking at what is not right, what is wrong, just like you pointed out, what is right with me, what is right in this situation. Focus on the good as against focusing on what you perceive not to be so good. Then you talked about balance, finding balance with yourself, trusting yourself. I have to admit, probably during the Q&A, I would share my own experience of trusting myself. Then navigate yourself through situations, self-compassion. You made mention of holding yourself and the release of oxytocin. That's a good feeling chemical we all have, right? I didn't know that. Now I'm hearing it from you. But I noticed that what I used to do when I'm probably going through a difficult time is I just find I rock myself. I hold myself and I rock myself. I rock myself. After a while, I just kind of feel relaxed. And then, but now that you've put a scientific term to it, I didn't know, I just...
So powerful. So it's a mammalian response. That's what we do to our babies, right?
Yeah.
We rock them. And that's what we do. You notice sometimes under stress, maybe you're talking and you find some people touch their necks. They started just noticing unconsciously their self-soothing, so we can do it intentionally to ourselves.
Beautiful. Then you said so much. I have like 8 pages. But you said it. I would hack our brains. We should hack our brains. We should look at our strengths. During the Q&A, we'll look at how to hack our brains further. Then pay attention, because these things are not automatic. Coach Ezefua is saying this. I'm sure some of you will be thinking, but how? It's not overnight. It's a gradual thing, but I'm sure she'll touch on it. It's practice. It's just repetition. That's the fooling of the the brain. The brain that has been used to doing things in a set. You begin to fool it, and then it begins to accept those thought processes and those things that you keep repeating. Then notice the good and say it. Most times, women, we don't compliment ourselves. I don't know where the threat comes from. I don't know where the I don't know if it's innate or if it's just something societal. We just grew up with it. But we need to learn to compliment others. When you see a woman well dressed, compliment her. If she looks beautiful, compliment her. Because what you do for others is what automatically comes back to you. It's law of nature. Then
Rosemary, can I quickly mention about the compliment thing to you? Okay. That is because we don't even understand the emotion of jealousy and envy. That it serves a beautiful purpose. It's not about, if I notice envy or jealousy coming up when I see you, it's just telling me something I love and desire. And not that it's not wrong. If I see you doing this conference, I'm like, can you imagine what she's doing? No, I can reframe it, say, wow, that's such a beautiful conference. I'd like to host something like this. By noticing the emotion and not judging it, but asking it, why is it here? I'm able to attend to its needs.
Beautiful. Okay, so you also talked about exchange self. What's this? I can't even read my writing. Exchange self-criticism with love and kindness. Exchange isolation instead have a shared humanity. And you talked about our grandmothers, which most of us, we have lost because that community spirit is no longer there, is to identify and build, invest in relationships that are loving and caring, that over time you have built trust amongst 1, 2, or 3 people that you are open, you are able to be vulnerable with, because it's in that state of vulnerability that people are able to say, no, I see the good in you, be able to affirm, because at times, I think it was Les Brown that said, you cannot see yourself when you're in the frame. Somebody else is looking at you. So sometimes you're in the position where you can't even see the good in you, but sometimes it just needs others to reaffirm that goodness in you. And then I'll have to skip some other things because we're way out of time. But critical self-awareness, self-compassion, self-care, it's very important. Please send in your questions to the Q&A, and we would like to invite our next speaker, beautiful next speaker. Is Brandy ready for us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So I'll just ask to start video and you're good to go. Thank you, Brandy.
Hello. Does everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Hello, everybody. My name is Brandy Perdue. Many people call me Coach Brandy. I am based out of Tampa, Florida, so I'm here in the U.S. It's about 4:30 my time, so bear with me, waking up middle of the night, but I am honored to be here, honored to be a speaker. Blessed that I was chosen to be one of the women on this panel. So again, thank you so much. Today, I am going to be talking about self-love as well in my journey, where I got to where I am today. Just to give you a little background on myself, again, my name is Coach Brandy. I am the owner of Be Elite All-Stars out of Tampa, Florida, which is a nonprofit all-star cheerleading program here, one of the first here within the city. In regards to affordable all-star cheerleading. Now, within my industry, all-star cheerleading isn't something that is very feasible to kids in my community. So when I started my program, I wanted to make sure that I was starting a program that was affordable for athletes and families in my community. No matter your economical status, you would be able to participate in this sport. Cheerleading is something that I love, and I wanted to make sure that it was available for athletes in my community that look like me. So I am proud to say that we have successfully started this program here in Tampa, Florida. It has been 3 years now. It's been a success. So I am just grateful and blessed that we were able to offer this type of program here in Tampa. Now, again, I've been chosen to speak about self-love. Just recently, I underwent a major lifestyle change, and it is something that I am very, very blessed for. I just recently, in March of this year, underwent weight loss surgery, vertical sleeve gastrectomy surgery. And that is something that I am very proud of, that I made the decision to make a change. Now, prior to making this drastic decision, I've always been someone that poured myself into others. I've always been that person. I've been that friend that everybody came to with their problems, their issues. I've been that girlfriend that always came to the rescue. I've always been that person. I pour so much into my business. I pour so much into my cheerleaders. I have over 150 athletes currently in my program, and I pour so much into just being Coach Brandy, being that person that everyone can come to and vent to and be happy for your goals. I'm that person. And for so long, I've been that person for everybody else. And I was never that person for myself. I was just somebody that, I was always that loyal friend, that person that everybody can come to. And in a sense, I lost myself for so long. I lost myself from when I started my business. I poured everything into my business. I also have a 2-year-old. I have a toddler. So just with me, within my first year of starting my business, I was in a relationship, I had my son, and everything in my mind was everybody else, everybody else, everybody else. I poured so much into just becoming a mother, learning how to be a mother, just, trying to maintain a relationship, trying to maintain my business. And in a sense, I forgot about myself. I completely forgot about myself. And I've always been this way. I was this way from, as a young child. I was someone that just was always into everybody else. And I would say I lost myself. I truly, truly lost myself. I was just so concerned in making sure that I had a successful business, making sure that my son had everything he needed, trying to maintain a relationship. And I completely lost myself. And with losing myself, I gained a lot of weight after my son. I experienced postpartum depression, was very depressed, but every day I put on a smile because I knew I had to put on a smile with the type of business I run. I couldn't go into my cheerleading gym looking sad. I couldn't go around my coaches with a bad attitude. I had to put on a fake smile. I call it a fake smile, and go through my everyday life with people not knowing that I truly was hurting inside. I was broken inside. um, I I didn't like myself. I didn't like myself at all. And no one would ever know this. It's actually the first time I'm actually sharing this, but I hated myself. I would speak negatively about myself. I would say negative things about myself. Oh, Brandy, you're fat. Why are you, not doing things you need to do with your business? Like I found myself finding negative things to say about myself because I wasn't happy where I was mentally. I wasn't happy where I was physically. And it really started to affect me in every way. I would say it started affecting me in every way, from my business, from parenting to my relationship. When you don't feel good about yourself, it affects you in every aspect of life. And I truly, truly, truly experienced that. Um, and so I decided to make a change for myself. Again, I said, I just had my son 2 years ago. So after having my son, I gained about 75 pounds. And that was just something that, as a new mom, learning how to be a new mom. I was 28 years old, kind of on the older side as far as becoming a mother. So it was a lot on me. And of course, I ate. I ate a lot, and I gained a lot of weight. I gained a lot of weight to where I definitely, definitely was not happy with myself. And weight was something that I struggled with, I would say, pretty much all my life. I've never been a skinny girl. So I've always been someone that had to, um, deal with my weight and be conscious of my weight. So I've always been up and down. I tried to stay involved in sports all throughout my life, so I stayed fit. But as I got older, of course, as I became a mom, it wasn't very accessible for me to go work out, trying to maintain business and being a mother. So I actually, a year ago, made a decision for myself. I feel like I finally put myself first, and I began the steps of um, weight loss, having weight loss surgery. And this is something that I contemplated. I spoke to my mother who had experienced it before, and I spoke to her just to kind of get her opinion on what she thought. And she honestly was my biggest supporter. She had her own personal weight loss journey as well. And the closest people to me, my mom and my sister, those are the only people that I actually told about it, because something that I didn't want negative feedback from anyone. As you know, when you go to people and you may tell them something great that you want to do, sometimes people always have negative things to say, or they may talk you out of it, or they may, throw a jab or a comment, and it starts to make you rethink the decisions that you are making. So me personally, I told myself that when I make this decision for myself, that I was not going to tell anybody, because I didn't want any negative influence, any negative comments. I wanted to make this decision for myself. Again, I started this process a year ago. I went to my doctors. I found a surgeon, and I went through the process for about 8 months prior to actually having the surgery. I started the process last July. And again, the surgery is called vertical sleeve gastrectomy surgery, which is a form of weight loss surgery. And I actually had the surgery in March of this year, March 9th of this year. And I'm proud to say I am almost 85 pounds down in a little over 8 months. So I'm definitely blessed for that. Um, Now, what I want to touch on is me having the surgery and the outcome of it, how it's affected me mentally, physically, emotionally, and just overall self-love of how I feel about myself now than how I felt about myself before. Um, with me having the surgery, I had the surgery on March 9th. March 9th, we literally here in the US were at the height of a pandemic. I had my surgery on a Monday, and by that Friday, my business was completely closed. The country was shut down. And as we know, we were quarantined. Um, that was very, very, very difficult for me. Me being in the hospital that Monday, everybody was regular. Nobody had on that. Like, you would never know that the country was going to shut down. That's how fast it came. And when it came and it crushed me personally. Because I had this surgery, and with this surgery, what happens is that 80% of your stomach is removed. So you are left with 20% of your stomach. So you can't eat. So that first week, I literally was on bed rest and I was on a liquid diet and I could not eat. When I say it crushed me mentally, because with having this surgery, of course, it's supposed to, stop you from eating, but I was going through a lot because of course, my business was closed. I'm dealing with, having surgery. I'm in pain and I can't eat. And me personally, when I am depressed, I'm feeling down, I eat. And I couldn't eat. And it drove me crazy. And the point of me having a surgery was for me to feel good about myself. And at that time, I did not feel good. I was so depressed. I cried. I would pray. I prayed to God, like, God, why did I have to get this surgery at this time? I started second guessing myself because I'm like, this isn't the right time. I did this. And then now, my business is closed. And I was just not feeling it. I went through a huge depression after surgery. And you would think that I would be happy, but I was not happy at all. I wasn't happy at all until I began to start having positive thoughts. Started having positive thoughts and thinking, okay, Brandy, you did this for you. You finally did something for you. Now it's time for you to do something for yourself and continue to do things for yourself and start thinking more positively that God did this for a reason. And he put you through this journey for a reason. And you have to think that this was the time that it was supposed to happen. And this is the time that you need to continue on your journey and make a change in every way, in every aspect of your life, from mental, physical, emotional. And once I got that thought in my head, it completely changed me. We don't realize how much, and I know anybody on here that's dealing with weight and inconsistencies up and down, we don't realize how much weight affects us outside of just, you know, having a lot of different things going on. To deal with weight as well and not being able to do certain things. There are things that I could not do with my son. I couldn't run around and chase him. I couldn't stand up too long at my cheerleading gym without my knees hurting. These are simple things that I was not able to do that affected me, and I didn't realize how much it affected me. So with me just being able to do those basic things, those basic things of being able to chase my son around and not be tired and walk up my 3 flights of stairs at my apartment and still have energy, those things mean so much to me. I am on an amazing, amazing journey. As I said before, I've lost 85 pounds. I'm still going. I'm still going, and I'm overall I'm blessed. We just have to remember that we have to take care of ourselves. We have to take care of ourselves and put ourselves first. For so long, I was the person that everybody came to, and I'm still that person. I'm still that person, but I'm no longer selfish to myself. I'm no longer selfish to myself. I'm loving myself. And it's been an amazing, amazing journey. And I do just want to say that a lot of people think with having this surgery, it's just an easy fix. It's an easy fix. You're going to lose the weight and everything is going to be everything. It is not. There are many, many things that you still have to continue doing. I'm on a completely different journey than what I was. There are things that I can never eat again. I work out now. I'm more conscious with what I'm putting into my body. I read my labels. So these are things that I'm still going to have to continue to do every day. And I make these changes every day. And I'm loving it. I definitely don't regret having the surgery. It's been a beautiful thing. And um, honestly, the difficulties I've had just has been pretty much just realizing that I'm I'm an amazing woman. My difficulties have been mentally. Mentally, I still deal with a lot mentally. I still look in the mirror to myself. And again, I said I've lost 85 pounds. I still look in the mirror to myself and say, sometimes I'm like, oh, Brandy, you still have a lot, you still have a long way to go, or you still, you don't look the way you look. And I have to think in my head and I have to get those thoughts out of my head. But sometimes I'm human. So sometimes I still deal with mentally feeling like I'm not where I need to be. So once I realized that with having those negative thoughts that is keeping me from continuing reaching my goals, I had to just redirect my whole mindset and my whole thinking. It's been amazing ever since. It's been amazing ever since. Um, so I'm just going to touch on, I just have a few things, a few quotes that I'm going to just say, things that has helped me along the way. Um, One of them is, once you control your mind, you can conquer your body. And that is something that I instill in myself every day, because your mind is everything. And once you control that, it's easy to conquer the body. It's easy to go work out. It's easy to eat healthy. It's really a mind thing. And weight loss really, really is a mind thing. And you just have to maintain positive thinking, keep positive people around you, because there are going to be people that have negative things to say. If you're accomplishing something, there are going to be people that still, like, once people found out that I had the surgery, I had many people that were supporters of me. And then I also had I had people that, said negative things about me. She wasn't that big. Why she had the surgery? Why, who she's trying to look good for? There are going to be people that have negative things to say. And those type of people you do not need around you. Those type of people you leave to the side, and just don't have those type of people in your circle. And I had to learn that everybody isn't for you. Everybody isn't going to be your cheerleader. So those people, you just keep away and you keep doing what you're doing. And then another thing, weight loss is not physical. It's not a physical challenge. It's a mental one. So it's kind of the same as the last quote. And I kind of use mental and physical all together, because people don't realize that, with dealing with weight loss, you do, with dealing with obesity, you do deal a lot mentally. You have a lot of, anxiety, you deal with depression. So there's a lot of things that you deal with. So with making this change, you have to be ready mentally. Before you even have the surgery, they make you speak to a psychologist. Like, you have to think and realize, like, the change that you are making in your life, and you have to be ready for that. So definitely, it's been a journey, a mental journey, a physical journey, emotionally. And I have been blessed to be on this journey. As I said before, I was dealing with a lot business wise. I had a breakup with my child's father, being a new mom. It was a lot that I was dealing with mentally. And I can honestly say, with me having this procedure and being able to finally get back to the girl that I know, it's been such a blessing. It's been such a blessing. And I am just excited to be on this journey. I'm blessed that I was, asked to speak about my journey and, where I am right now in my life. And then I'm also going to just touch on one more thing. Another quote: small daily improvements are the key to staggering long-term success. Um, so one thing I had to realize is that everything is not going to come overnight. If you want something, you have to work for it. And I had to realize that I'm not going to lose this weight that fast. My business is not going to be $1 million company that fast. I had to take small steps to be successful and get to where I'm at, and realize that it's going to be a process. And I have to just continue to progress. Love yourself, motivate yourself, hug yourself, and just live for you finally, and just appreciate you, and it's okay to be selfish and love yourself. And I had to realize that, and I am blessed that finally I am where I need to be in every aspect of life, from business to my parenting to just loving myself. I am blessed for this journey. So thank you all for listening to me. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I hope I wasn't too long. Again, it's 4 a.m. my time, so still waking up a little bit, but thank you all.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Brandy. I'm sure participants will be wondering, oh, we taught weight loss. The conventional weight loss would be, oh, you go gymming, you go exercise, you diet, you do the keto, just the conventional way, right? But here you are at a stage in your life. You knew that you were going through a lot, right? You knew that your mom had gone through this as well. And you came to a point where you said, okay, I've tried this. I've tried this. At this point, I know from my mom's experience, this works. If I do this, would it be good for me? Now, we're not saying it's suitable for everyone. What we're trying to drive at is your story. Your story was personal to you, that sometimes we will take decisions that are not conventional decisions, right?
Yes, ma'am.
In Nigeria, I think the surgery, what's it called now? Cosmetic surgery, it's taking a deeper root right now in Nigeria. But there are people that would say, I wouldn't do it, right? But there are some people that would say, oh, why not, if it makes me feel good? So I'm quite interested in having that conversation between you and Coach Ifezua, just to see how we can merge the state of mind. Because like you said, I'll quickly touch on some things you talked about. Negative self-talk, we have to watch it, because you found yourself loving everybody else, but not loving yourself. You found yourself doing things for everybody else, but not doing things for yourself. Then you talked about trusted friends and family. Because when you want to take important decisions, I always say to my children, I think I heard it from Zig Ziglar, if you have go up dreams, right? Keep it to yourself or extremely trusted people. But if you have give up goals or give up dreams, like I want to give up smoking, I want to give up eating pizza every day, I want to give up telling lies or gossiping, tell everybody. So they hold you accountable, right? Because people are very quick to say, Shay, you say you will not lie, but now you're lying. Shay, you say you will not smoke. You're smoking. So your give up goals, share with everybody else. And you made mention that any decision you want to make, you don't need anyone second guessing your choices. What is right for you might not be right for somebody else, right? So that's why I like the power of your story. You took something that was not conventional, because sometimes we'll find ourselves in situations that are not conventional. We want to make those decisions, but we are worried about what people would say, right? Yes, we might be at a stage where our mental health is so good, so stable, that we might not need that process that you went through. But we might be at the stage where we're like, this process, I need to do it. And we accept it for ourselves. So that is why I was interested in your story, because you always have someone that is doing something conventional. Oh, let me do it the prim and proper way, or let me do it this other way, right? And that way might not please a lot of people. But at the end of the day, it's about you,
Yes, ma'am.
right? It's about you and what your life is you. Yesterday we had a speaker that said, I am only one, and there's no photocopy of me. So what you choose to do with yourself, and you're going to live with it for the rest of your life anyway. So it's a choice you have made, and a choice that you took time. You said 8 months to decide and actually go through the process. Then also you talked about um, you can, once you control your mind, you can conquer the body. And that is true. I think Ifezo also talked about it, that the mind is a powerhouse. The mind is what controls, and we control our mind if we're conscious about it. So it has to be conscious, deliberate effort in doing those things. Weight loss is mental. You said that. And it's a process that we must love ourselves, hug ourselves, and finally love you for who you are. So thank you very much, Brandy. Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Thank you for having me.
So we'll take the questions and answers. If you just hold on, let's see if we
Okay.
have any questions. So we don't have any questions. Oh, no questions at all. No questions at all. Okay, that's interesting. I have a couple of questions. So probably what we'll do.
Rosemary,
Yeah.
Rosemary,
Yes, please.
sorry, can I encourage participants to ask questions? Because this is a very sensitive topic. So let's ask questions. It would really be helpful.
Okay. So you've heard you can rename yourself if you want to be anonymous. Please rename yourself and ask the question. This is deep. This is really deep because we're talking about the very essence of our being and where we are, who we are, and why we do what we do, and why we are where we are. So let's not just take it as, oh, I just came and listened. It's not entertainment. This is real.
Yeah.
This is real. So I'll start with my own personal question, or rather a brief experience I had. I think I have a video on it on our Instagram handle. I talked about my self-doubt. When I was a little girl, the fourth of five, my family is a very loving family. But as in all families, there's no perfect family, right? And words were used most likely innocently that were so damaging. I was compared, or I had an auntie, or I still have an auntie that was perceived to be unachieving, was looked down as she was not sharp, she was too dull, she was not progressive and all that. And most times, maybe because I looked so much like my father and they looked alike, I was compared to her. So I started having those images of myself. And because naturally in me, over time, I had to learn to fight those thoughts. But fighting them was a temporary measure because I found that I self-doubt myself, even though I know that this thing I'm doing is worthwhile. This thing I'm doing is fantastic. I think in Fezo, is Efua, you said that earlier. When you begin to doubt yourself, after that first event you had, you shut down for 2 years, 2 good years that you could have served humanity with, right? And for so long, I saw myself in that image that I was not worthy, that I was. Meanwhile, deep down, I know what I have. I know the values I have in me. I know what I want to give the world. But I always ask myself, who would listen to me? Why would they listen to me? What do I have to share? And then over time, this takes a long time because it's a mental process. Now, I had to develop some routine that has helped me. Part of the routine is affirmation. like you said, you have to create your personal affirmation. Initially, I used to use other people's own, and then I would just say it. I won't feel anything inside. I would just, you will just say it because they say you should say it. It will work. It will work. But if you don't believe it, right? If you don't believe it, you can't achieve it. At the subconscious level, there has to be that acceptance and that belief that, you know what? Yes, I think Brandy mentioned something about incremental steps. You have to take baby steps every day. It's not going to work overnight. It's not going to be a case of, oh, automatically it's a miracle. I'm totally, this, or I'm totally that, right? It's the same thing. I would please encourage everyone. You can go on our YouTube, not YouTube. I think it's on YouTube as well. On our YouTube channel, Thrive Naija Women. You can watch that video. But it's about how you grew up. Those words that were spoken to you, that took root, and grew. And like I said, my family was a loving family. It still is a loving family. But those seeds planted in me inhibited me for so long from being who I truly am and who I am capable of becoming. So I'll just I don't know, I can see a question here. Okay, so the question is from Anonymous. How do you advise to manage weight gain for a first-time pregnancy? Weight gain for a first-time pregnancy. Izefua, if you can take that question, and then Brandy, you can add yours. Okay.
Did you say I take the question, or you said
Yes,
Brandy?
Yes, you take it, and then if she has any other thing to add.
Yeah. Okay, so definitely, so just a caveat, I'm not a weight loss expert, but I will tell you some things from research around positive psychology that works really for even our physical bodies and our weights. So when it comes to pregnancy, if you are pregnant in the moment, I will go back to the tools I shared earlier on so that you see how it applies even to those situations. Pregnancy comes with weight gain. Not for everybody, but for some people. I remember my first pregnancy, I was as thin as a size 6, right? And then I gained weight maybe a month towards having my baby. The weight I have is my last daughter, my 3rd-year-old. However, what we do to ourselves during those periods, add on the probably paying attention to what you eat, intentionally eating healthy, eating more of healthy food from fruits, vegetables, and all of those things. I'm not even going to talk about the food, but there is a lot around healthy eating that we can explore. I'm sure Brandy is her journey, so she can even speak around to healthy eating. But I want to speak to the mind. Treating yourself with even the tenderness and the compassion of the fact that in this moment, you are carrying a human life. You are creating something. You're creating someone, right? So there is the tendency to pay attention to just the fact that you are adding weight and neglect the power of the experience you are having. So again, this is a beautiful balance, like I talked before, of focusing on what is it that you are birthing, right? What do you need to learn? So that's a self-awareness. Okay, now I'm pregnant. Now I want to be one of those moms. I'll tell you, like Brandy shared, I'm one of those moms who at some point in her journey totally lost herself, and I didn't even care. Was I adding weight? Was I not adding weight? What was going on? I really did not care. And I hated the body I had because I was such a skinny girl the way I liked. One of the things I learned is even criticizing and judging myself was attacking myself. So I tell you what that means. We have what we call a mammalian caregiving system in our bodies. That is the parasympathetic nervous system. That is the nervous system that you activate when you treat yourself with kindness, with tenderness, with touch, with affirmative words, with loving kindness and compassion, right? Then we have the other nervous system, our sympathetic nervous system. That is the nervous system that is activated in moments of stress,
It is there to protect us, to say, you know what's going on here. It's part of your amygdala is there, and then you have that the sympathetic nervous system. Both nervous systems serve a purpose. So imagine that you are pregnant and your concern is the fact that, oh my God, I am gaining weight. How you approach it is important. You're either going to approach it as there's something wrong with me, I'm gaining weight, see, I look like a fat fool, what would happen to me afterwards? While you're talking to yourself that way, you are actually activating your sympathetic nervous system. 1 second. You're activating your sympathetic nervous system and releasing cortisol into your body. When you release cortisol into your body, that's the stress hormone. It's there because the negative talk you're telling your body is getting the message, something is wrong here, attack, right? That's what happens when stress happens. And when you have cortisol, what we know, cortisol stays in the body also as toxins. When you have cortisol, cortisol spirals, and the excess of production of cortisol leads to anxiety, leads to depression and all of those things. So it actually creates a negative state in you such that you do not even have the energy to do the things you ought to do to stay healthy, to eat well. You don't feel like it, you don't want to do it because you're judging. The contrary is the case. Do you just allow yourself gain weight? No. However, treating yourself with loving kindness, saying to yourself, oh, wow, I can imagine that because I'm pregnant, this is what is happening. This is what, again, shared humanity. This is what happens to most women. They start to eat a lot and they start to gain weight. Oh, wow, this is such a difficult moment for me right now. Then the big question will be, what do I need? So there is, first of all, self-awareness, recognizing the season, what happens during pregnancy, requiring a lot of knowledge about yourself. Secondly, self-compassion, the kindness towards yourself. Oh my God, this is difficult. I see myself gaining weight. The mindfulness around your emotions, recognizing I do feel sad that I'm adding weight. You're attending to your emotional needs. And then what do I need? The self-care. What you could need could be reaching out to someone, for instance, like Brandy, who's gone through an experience, who's sharing an experience, and you say, you know what do I need to do right now to keep my weight in check? You're not judging yourself. You're seeking the required support you need to navigate that season. I hope this helps. So when you judge yourself, you release cortisol, you feel horrible about yourself, you don't take action. When you start to treat yourself with kindness, you're able to come to that place of choice to do what you need to do to keep the weight in check. And again, the moments of failure, should you fail yourself and do things outside of what you ought to do, you catch yourself again with compassion, attend to your needs, and get energized. Release those oxytocins to support you to do what you now need to do to move forward. So that's the angle I'll come from. We also have a practice, for instance, when we talk about mindful eating. And it comes from not seeing food as the enemy. And this is so powerfully based in research. But while eating, giving thanks for the food and eating in a mindful way, appreciative of what this food is about to do to your body. When you start to pay attention to the good of food in your body, it impacts on the choices you make around even the food you ingest in your body. So just being thankful, mindfully eating the food, paying attention, savoring the goodness in the food. After a while, you notice you start even making healthy choices because you realize your body needs food to thrive, so you choose healthy. So it's not an enemy for food, but it's a friendliness towards food and eating mindfully. So I'll just leave that, and I leave the rest to Brandy to attend to.
All right. So it says, how do you advise to manage weight gain for the first time pregnancy? Well, you're going to gain weight. You're definitely going to gain weight. So it's no way around that. Now, the thing is, how much weight are you going to gain? And that is completely, honestly, that's completely up to you, how much weight you're going to gain. Me personally, I gained, I believe, like over 60 pounds, which is kind of on the higher side. And that's honestly because I I honestly, it was about me in that pregnancy. I can tell you, I would say I was very selfish when it came to me being pregnant. I wanted to just eat every single thing just because I was pregnant. And I didn't think about what I was eating. I didn't think about doing anything additional outside of eating. And I didn't think about what was going inside of me and how is this going to, sugar down to my child. So it's good that you are, you know, you want to take the proper steps during this pregnancy. So that's a good thing. That definitely is the first step. I would say just be mindful of what you are putting into your body. Definitely be mindful of that. Try to make healthier choices if you can. Of course, when we're pregnant, we want to eat everything. We want to, pig out and be catered to, because everybody's catering to us. Everybody's bringing us food. But definitely just be mindful of what you are putting into your body. Drink a lot of water. Make sure you are hydrated. Try to walk as much as possible. Definitely get out there. Try to exercise if you can walk. That was something that I did not do. So I can be the person to tell you things that you should do because I did not. So that was reasons why I gained a lot of weight. It was just more of me being first time pregnancy and just thinking that this is how it's supposed to go. I'm supposed to eat and then I'm supposed to have a baby. And we have to just be mindful of what we are putting into our bodies, but because of course, that can affect our growing baby inside of us. So definitely I would just say, try to stay as active as possible, make healthier choices when you are eating, fruits, vegetables, protein. Make sure you're just completely taking care of yourself. Read labels, try to not have too much sugar. Those things I definitely would say continue doing if you are already doing that. If not, then start that, because that can help you with the amount of weight that you do gain. But you are going to gain weight. So if that's something that you don't think you are going to gain weight, just, in moderation. You don't want to gain too much to where you have too much to lose when you're, when you have the baby. So always think about that. The more you gain, the more you'll have to lose. So just be positive, have a positive mindset that you are going to gain the weight, but it's up to you how much you're going to gain and how much you want to lose.
Thank you both so much. I just want to add that for the first question, also begin to think about after the baby. Because after the baby, people are going to bring food. You're not going to be moving around a lot, especially if you have CS. Hopefully you don't, but if you do, you're not going to be moving around a lot, right? And so the first couple of weeks, you might add extra to what you've already added outside of the weight of the baby, right? So just be conscious of that, knowing that after the baby, you might gain more, but if it wasn't a cesarean, then you should have just try and make a plan, even if it's just to walk. I don't know where you live, but even if it's just to walk around in the morning, just to exercise a bit, it clears the mind. And once the mind is cleared, it also helps your body metabolism as well. So look at after the pregnancy, after the birth of your baby, what are the things I should start putting in place, to make sure that I do not gain. Instead, I begin to gradually, and please, no pressures. You have the rest of your life to do that. But of course, staying healthy is part of, managing your weight and managing your mindset as well. So congratulations on your pregnancy, and we wish you safe delivery.
Congrats.
So we'll go on to the second question.
Rosemary, can I just flag off two things that just dropped into my mind? To that question also, I want to add, there is something around planning your meals ahead of time that is so helpful. So as a principle, don't store junk food at home, such that when you want to binge, you do have healthy food to binge on. So take time to plan your meals ahead. And then a beautiful tweak with exercise. I find that when you tell some people exercise, it feels overwhelming. From the research, thinking about it as physical activity, and that entails every form of movement, even around your house. So you deliberately now see washing your bathroom and toilet, not as, oh my God, this chore, but as an opportunity to move your body. You see cleaning up your house, you see doing things around as an opportunity to move your body. All of those That helps me to keep my weight in check, particularly when COVID started, just moving and doing things. It's no more a burden. It's actually part of your self-care. I wanted to add those two things.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll move on to the next question from Saramond Designs. Miss Brandy, how did you keep negative people around you away without being name tagged as a bad person?
I would say just being like having a self-awareness to yourself and realizing who's around you. Start paying attention to when you go to your friends or your family with positive news, how they respond to you telling them great things of what you are accomplishing and what you are doing great in life. When you start to see the different responses, you start to realize who's really for you and who's there to just ride your coattail, or who's there to try to tear you down, or, you start to realize that. And once you gain the confidence that you need for yourself and inside, you no longer deal with negative people. You no longer deal with those people that aren't really for you. When I wasn't that confident in myself, I dealt with a lot of things from people. I tolerated a lot. I tolerated a lot from in my relationship. I tolerated a lot from from friends because I wasn't confident in myself. So I felt, things that weren't great about myself. So I allowed certain things to happen. So once you start to gain that confidence in you, you no longer tolerate, negativity. You no longer tolerate, bad vibes from people, and you start to really realize who's for you. Once you realize who's for you, it's easy. It was easy for me to just start cutting people off. It was very easy for me. And it was people that genuinely was not happy for me. And I had to realize that. And they wouldn't say it, but just off of action. Off of action. So just be very observant, pay attention to your surroundings and people's responses to positive things that that you bring. Because, and I always say this, everybody isn't meant to be with you and go with you to the top. There are going to be people that fall off along the way on your journey, and you just have to realize that all family and friends aren't going to be with you at the peak, at the top of your life. And it's okay. It's okay for them not to be with you. You can love from a distance. You can have a friend, a best friend from a distance. You can have a family member from a distance. But with you are trying to accomplish something in your life, those negative people, you have to distance. You can distance. You can still love them the same. You can still cherish them the same. You just know who's in your corner, who's going to be in your corner 100%, who's going to be there with you at the top. And those that had to, fall back. So definitely just be observant. Pay attention to, people's responses to your success. And that will tell you everything you need to know.
Brandy, there's
Yes,
a second part of that question. How do you cope with being tagged a bad person? How do you deal with it? It's easy to just say, oh, I don't care. But there's some people that you've been close to, you're friends with.
exactly.
And a friend of mine used to say, sometimes when we ask God, please keep me away from my enemies or something like that. Or, you just find out that some friends begin to behave funny and they fall away. And you begin to worry, oh, why is this person behaving like this? Why is this person not behaving like this? I don't understand why this person. But that was the prayer you asked for. You probably just didn't realize that that person was not for you at that point in time, right? So the question this person is asking is, how do you cope when you sever that umbilical cord of friendship or of relationship from a distance, and they yearn, because some people enjoy pouring their filth, right, their rubbish into you? How do you deal with that? How do you handle that without what's the word, without not just cutting off, but how the person is wondering, how do you deal with being called a bad person?
Me personally, I thought about that as well, because of course you have friends that think, oh, she's, bet she thinks she's better than us now, she's lost weight, she's, thinks she's too good. And to me personally, I had to again put myself first. and realize that this is the decision that I made, and this decision that I'm going to continue to make in regards to who is around me. I personally didn't worry about being tagged as a bad person, because in a sense, I'm putting myself first. Once you realize that you are putting yourself first and you don't think about what others are thinking or perceiving you as, then that makes it easier for you in your journey and continuing to, do the things that you want to do to be successful in life. So me personally, I wouldn't think about being tagged a bad person, because you are making the decision for you and what's best for you at that time, whatever decision that you are making. So you can't worry about, what others are thinking about you. If you feel like you honestly are making the best decision for you and your life at this time, then that is the best decision for you. And don't worry about what others are saying or perceiving you as. And once you get that mindset, then you'll be good to go.
Okay, thank you. I think we're running out of time, so we'll just quickly, I wanted Coach Ezeifa to say something, but with the next question, you can throw that in as well. So Oluwatosin says, I gained some extra pounds after having 2 kids, and now it's so difficult to lose weight. I lost a lot of times I start exercise routines, but tire out of it after a while. What do you advise I do to achieve results? So Ezeifa, please, could you take that, as well as if you have any other contribution to the initial question, and then Brandy, if you can just quickly, let's round up in a minute of the presentation.
So quickly, just very quickly, to the first one, I think it's a subject of goodness. Am I a good person or am I a bad person? I would just quickly say to that when people perceive you as bad, and you do not perceive yourself as a bad person, you do not have that self-interpretation or self-evaluation of yourself, then that's okay. But when you have you have that, again, goes back to this, what we talked about, self-love. When you have an evaluation of your own self-worth or esteem as a bad person, then the impact of other people's evaluation of you begin to matter to you. Practically, this is where what I talked about, strength spotting, comes in. Of course, you do everything around self and compassion. However, when you begin to now notice your inherent goodness, and I don't want to fluff in a practical way, when you can look through your day and see, this is a goodness in me, this is what I do, and this is what I do, and this is what I do, and this is what I do. Over time, you actually start realizing that I'm such an amazing human being. I do not need anyone else to define me. I see myself in my strength. So that is one thing, just one tip that we could use. So the second, to exercising and staying through, I think that really has a lot to do with motivation, right? Again, clarifying the why, the exercise. I find personally that different things motivate different people, right? And with motivation, some critical things we could look at, just practical to check for exercise, is check your autonomy. How do you feel about your capacity to control the outcome? How do you feel in yourself that there is something a little you can do to influence the outcome? Many times when we focus on the outcome and not on the tiny, tiny pieces towards the outcome, like just a little walk, just a 10 minutes walk and another 30 minutes walk, when we do not chunk it down, our brains get really overwhelmed and it looks too ambiguous to do and we feel demotivated. So a quick tip for that person is chunk down your routine in a way that your brain sees as practical, right? As simple as, if you probably were doing an hour and you realize, I am chunking down to 30 minutes of exercise. Place around you things that could support you. One of the things we find is during even the period of exercising or working out, do something you love. So it's beyond just the exercise, it's an additional thing. What are the podcasts you love to listen to, the music you love to listen to, the friend you would love to work out with you? You could get that person and you could talk on the phone. I've done that with my friends. We spend that 1 hour talking on the phone. They are somewhere else in the world during the period of exercise. So you find those additional things that motivate you, that you enjoy, to now create the habit of exercising, because what you want to do is to create the habit. So do what you enjoy with the exercise, chunk it down, among many others. Just for time, I dropped those 2 tips in.
Brandy, please, in 1 minute, please, just quickly. We're already behind schedule.
All right, no problem. I would say definitely just again, staying motivated. Try to stay as motivated as possible and realize that results aren't going to happen overnight. It isn't, and weight loss is, a huge commitment. So for you to take the first step, that is amazing. But you have to realize that things aren't going to happen overnight. Everything is going to happen in moderation. So start a slow progress. Just start walking. Walk a mile a day. That's how I started. I started just walking a mile a day. Once I realized that, okay, I'm accomplishing this goal, okay, then I upped it to 2 miles. So just realizing that, it's not going to happen overnight. You're not going to lose the weight overnight. You're not going to be this top skilled personal trainer overnight. Just in moderation. When you get tired, try to think of the end results. So what am I trying to accomplish? Where do I want to be? How is this weight loss going to affect me in every aspect of my life? So when you're thinking about giving up, or you're thinking about, I don't want to continue this anymore, I'm tired, always think about the end results of what you can accomplish if you are able to continue on this journey. Because I started the journey a million times, I stopped a million times, I started working out, I realized that I was tired, I couldn't commit to it. And then you just have to have that time where you say, okay, enough is enough. And I want to continue this journey. I want to accomplish all my goals. I know that if I lose this weight, I'm going to be able to do X, Y, Z. So just start to think positive, think about the positive things of what you can accomplish if you lose the weight or what you're trying to do. So just positive affirmation, motivate yourself. That is a huge thing. I got to go to the gym today. I got to get up and work. I have to, accomplish this. I have to walk a mile a day. Say these type of things to yourself every morning. When you have that doubt, oh, I'm tired, I think I'm going to hurt myself, whatever, start thinking positive and speak that into existence, into your mind, your body, and you'll see that it starts to get easier once you begin to have those positive thoughts, in your mind. So just keep going, don't stop, and you'll be great.
Thank you so much. Just to quickly add, because it's a major part of our lives as women. We're constantly looking at our bodies, we're constantly shaming our bodies as well. So it's not going to happen overnight where you start loving your body the way it is and begin to see it could be better this way, just a gradual thing. But where you are now, I'll just put in 2 extra tips to what our speakers have said, which is drink more water, drop your soda. So if you're drinking Coke every day, please, that 1 bottle of Coke is equivalent to something cubes of sugar. So that sugar, if it's not burnt, turns to fat in the body automatically. You wonder, but I'm not eating. Sometimes you wonder, I'm not eating, but why am I putting on this weight? So just watch those things, like drink more water. If you can drink up to 3 liters a day, just the small cups, 250 in the morning, maybe an hour later, you take just like that. They're just more water. Then what I found works as well is most times we set such huge goals. I want to lose 25 kilos. I want to do this. What I found over time, believe me, I've done all manner of weight loss. But what I found over time that works for me, I don't know if it will work for you, is set small goals. So what I did this year, I said by the end of 2020, I would have lost 20 kilos. Now that 20 kilos, what I did was divide every week by 0.2.5 kilos, between 0.2.5 kilos to half a kilo. So I'm not judging myself. I'm not rushing to the scales, or I'm not doing it. I hate scales because anytime I climb on them, I still it's as if I've even added for some scales. So I don't do scales. I just do how I'm feeling, how my clothes are beginning to fit better. So gradually, if you're not putting that pressure of, oh, this week I must lose 5 kilos. No, give yourself time. You didn't gain the weight overnight, so you're not going to lose it overnight. Just give yourself time to say, in the next 2 years, this is how I intend to look. And keep a picture of how you intend to look and affirm yourself. I used to have Michelle Obama's picture that I like the way she looks and I'm walking towards that shape. It's not going to happen overnight, right? But I'll get there. So thank you all so much. There's an anonymous attendee. How can one talk to a child who is hyperactive emotionally? Ifeswa, please, just in 1 minute, our other speakers are waiting. Thank you.
Who is a child who is hyperactive?
Yes, emotionally.
So the first thing, please, end labeling
Sorry,
your
can the
child.
person give
End
us
the
an
label.
age group? Can
End
the
the
person
label.
quickly type an age group so that would help Izefua, please. You can go ahead.
So just to quickly answer, the first thing is end the label. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can
yes.
you hear me? The first thing is end the label. Remember, I talked about what is good in the human, what is good in your child. Looking at that, oh my God, this child is hyperactive emotionally on its own is a trigger for you as a parent. Just saying that I felt the trigger. So you are responding from your own anxiety. You are not modeling even your own calm and regulation. So first of all, model your calm and regulation because children are copycats, they are mirrors, right? We're like mirrors, they're gonna copy you. So when your child is in a very emotional state and is responding, that is the first time to attend to yourself, to be compassionate and calm down, because over time you're showing the child what it looks like when you are in a state of anxiety to actually calm down. And the next thing is apply the same tool of soothing. What we want to do many times is we want to stop the child from expressing an emotion because we have our biases around emotions. We see emotions of sadness, of anger, of grief as bad things. No, again, they are not bad things, they are information. That is where quickly in a minute, where we need to recognize that we are emotions coaches to our children. What that simply means is how we respond to our children's emotions teaches them to self-regulate. So a quick tip, calm down and then meet the child. Hold the child. When I say to parents, hug the child. If it's a young child, they say, what? You're spoiling. No, I talked about it before. When you actually touch the child and say, oh my God, I noticed that I say that you're really angry at the moment. You want to breathe? Or what can help you or how are you feeling? By supporting the child to name the feeling, you're beginning to teach the child to calm down and self-regulate. So those are deeper topics, but practically hold the child. I have a child who tends to be that way. She's the one I lock into my hugs. Hug, soothe. You want the child to learn to calm down. Sometimes I say, do you want to breathe? Or do you want to go outside? Now she comes to me and she says, Mommy, I don't know how I'm feeling. I'm feeling anxious and sad and all that at the same time. Please, can I go out? So she knows she needs to move her body, run to calm down. So just quickly, don't suppress it. Don't over-exaggerate it. Calm yourself down and support the child to calm down. Then attend to what else is needed.
Thank you all so much. I wish we could go on. I wish we really could go on, but our speakers are here and I did promise them that we would start on time because they have other appointments for today as well. So with so much love, so much appreciation from the organizing committee of Thrive Women 2020 Thrive Women Conference, we'd like to say thank you so much, Coach Izefua Irabo, and thank you, Miss Brandy Perdue. Thank you we woke you up by 3:30 a.m. this morning, your time.
Thank you for having me.
You were able to deliver. Thank you so much. We hope we can call on both of you again in the near future. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Ladies, thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, guys. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So I would quickly introduce our next speakers for this session. And before we do that, we'll just take the adverts, please. Let's play the adverts. Thank you. And then I'll introduce the speakers for the next session. Thank you. Okay, since we're already behind schedule, we'll take the adverts in between speakers. Let's take the adverts in between speakers. Please hold the adverts. Thank you. So I will start with our first speaker for today. Our first speaker for today is Dr. Jibril Abdulmalik. Dr. Jibril Abdulmalik is a consultant psychiatrist and founder of Asido Foundation. Can we have Dr. Malik's picture, please? Thank you. And he will be speaking today on mental health, socioeconomic status, and well-being. Dr. Jibril Omoya Abdulmalik lectures with the Department of Psychiatry, College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, and is honorary consultant to the University College Hospital, Ibadan. He is also the founder, CEO of Asido Foundation, a not-for-profit, who are also key supporters of this conference, I would say. And this Asido Foundation, which is a not-for-profit mental health advocacy organization, and it is committed to promoting better understanding around mental health issues in Nigeria. His driving passion is to contribute towards the improvement around mental health issues across the lifespan in terms of public engagement, service user empowerment, improved and more accessible services, as well as mental health reforms. He started writing a weekly column for the Nigerian Tribune in August 2016, and these articles have been compiled and published as a book titled Optimal Mental Health, an everyday guide. He has contributed several book chapters and has published over 70 journal articles in the field of mental health. Dr. Abdulmalik has completed 3 masters in the areas of child and adolescent mental health in Ibadan, Nigeria, international mental health policy and services, Lisbon, Portugal, as well as in health management and planning, Medjugorje, Nigeria. He is currently rounding up his PhD studies with the University of Cape Town Public Mental Health, with a focus on economic consequences of mental health for families and nations. He is an alumnus of the Lagos Business School, University of Ibadan, JCI, and the recipient of several international fellowships and awards. He is happily married with children. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Jibril Abdulmalik. I'll quickly introduce the second speaker for today, Dr. Bonjubola Abiri. I have to say before I start her profile, I heard her speak at an online event, and was thoroughly impressed. So Dr. Bonjubola Abiri is the medical director, Tranquil and Quest, and she will be speaking today on overcoming trauma, stress, and addictions, recovery, and additional resources. Dr. Bonjubola Abiri is a consultant psychiatrist, managerial psychologist, professional speaker, and the medical director of Tranquil and Quest Behavioral Health, Lagos. She is a co-author of the book Mental Health in the Workspace. She is also a fellow of the West African College of Physicians, WACP, a member of Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, the Employee Assistance Professional Association, EAPA, and the American Psychiatric Association, APA. She has received trainings from the King's College London, the University of Washington, and the prestigious Harvard University, Boston, USA. She's passionate about research in child and adolescent forensic, women's mental health, and occupational mental health. Bonjubola is a mental health advocate who is driven by the holistic view to health, and as such is a regular voice on various print and electronic media, where she utilizes illustrations and indigenous language to reach her audience. She serves as the Director of Women's Mental Health at the Asido Foundation and is a member of the Global Advisory Council of Joy, Inc. She currently volunteers with the Lagos State COVID-19 Psychological Response Team as a means of contributing her own quota to the fight against the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our esteemed speakers for this panel on mental health and well-being. I beg your pardon, I've lost him. Dr. Abiri, as well as Dr. Jibril Abdulmalik. My sincere apologies for that mix-up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you. We can hear you. You can go ahead.
All right, thank you. Right, good morning, and thank you very much for having us. It's a pleasure to partner with the Tribe Women Foundation with this conference, and I can see from the array of distinguished speakers that have spoken yesterday as well as earlier this morning that it's been a very successful conference so far. So congratulations to the organizers and to all the participants who have had the good fortune of registering for this conference. It's our pleasure at the ACIDO Foundation, which is a foundation that is focused on emotional well-being, mental health advocacy, demystifying the shame, stigma associated with mental illness, to partner with the Tribe Foundation with this conference. And I should also mention that my very brilliant colleague, Dr. Abiri, who is also speaking with me on this session, is also the director of, we have the directorates within the ACIDO Foundation. And one of our directorates, because of its very core importance, is women's mental health. So Dr. Abiri is also the director for women's mental health at the ACIDO Foundation. So she's actually the right person to also speak here. Now, my job is easy because it's simply to lay the ground for what is to come and to talk to us about mental health, socioeconomic status, and well-being generally. So, but before I talk about mental health, it's very important for us to appreciate that the World Health Organization defines health as a state of complete physical, from this very basic premise, because we need to appreciate that the overall concept of health is like a stool that sits on 3 legs. One leg is physical health, which we are all very familiar and comfortable with. The second leg is mental health, and that is where it becomes a bit foggy, and people begin to say, oh, wow, I don't really want to talk about this one. And the third leg is social well-being. And what's important is that these 3 legs are not mutually exclusive. They are closely interwoven and interrelated. And I'll give examples. If I'm traveling from Ibadan to Lagos, for instance, and I'm involved in a car accident and I injure my neck and I damage my spinal cord and become paralyzed from my shoulders downwards. I cannot lift a finger, I can't move my legs, I can't do anything, but my eyes are open, I can speak, my head is okay, but from my shoulders downwards, I become paralyzed. That is clearly a physical injury, right? But deriving from this physical injury, I may develop mental health complications. For instance, you don't expect that I'll be very happy with my situation, that at my young age, relatively, I have become paralyzed for the rest of my life, right? You don't expect me to go and do Thanksgiving and be very happy at the fact that I have become paralyzed. No. Or if I have a diagnosis of cancer and they tell me the cancer has already spread, there's nothing they can do anymore, they'll just make me comfortable for the remaining months that I have to live. You don't expect me to be very happy in that situation. So it's not surprising that when individuals have physical health challenges like stroke, like cancer, like an accident where they become paralyzed or they lose part of their functioning, they may develop depression. So you find causing mental health complications arise. So any way individual that is working in a very hostile office environment, that is a social problem. But every time the individual is going to work, he or she may have anxiety, they have to start beating fast, they become worried, their blood pressure may shoot up, and that will become a physical health problem. And if they become worried, they are anxious all the time, they may become depressed, they may have anxiety problem. So you see that from a toxic work environment, which is a social problem, they may develop hypertension, which is a physical health problem. They may develop anxiety or depression, which is a mental health problem. So I want us to be very clear that the 3 components of health as defined by the WHO are not mutually exclusive. They are not disparate items. They are rather closely interwoven. So we have to pay attention to our health in terms of our physical health, because our physical health will affect our mental well-being. We have to pay attention to our mental well-being. We also have to pay attention to our social well-being if we want to be truly healthy. Having said this, I'll move specifically to talk about mental well-being. What does it mean to enjoy good mental health? What's it all about? Again, referring to the World Health Organization, good mental health pertains to the ability to do 4 things successfully. The very first one is that you are able to be individual. Every individual is unique. I'm different. My name is Jibril Abdul Malik. I'm different from Dr. Bojubola Abir, even though she's also a psychiatrist, a medical doctor, she's a psychiatrist, but her strengths are completely different from mine. My strengths are completely different from hers. She may be exceptionally gifted, very well organized. I may be a scatterbrain. I'm not very organized, right? She may be very good in mathematics and may be horrible in mathematics. So we all have our individual gifts and talents and potential. Even if you are identical twins, your fingerprints are different. And that means you are uniquely different, okay? So when we understand this, then we will appreciate why it is important for us to focus on ourselves, on our own unique strengths, maximizing those strengths, identifying our weaknesses, and working to overcome them. So that is the first attribute of good mental health, the ability to fulfill your own unique potential. So what this is saying essentially is stay in your lane. You can learn from others. You can model your life after some other people, but realize that you are you are an original. There is no other person like you. So focus on yourself, focus on how to maximize your mental well-being, your potential, and that is a reflection of your mental health. So that's number one, fulfill your potential. The second attribute of good mental well-being is the ability to cope with the normal stress of day-to-day living. I'm stressing normal, and these are WHO terminologies. The ability to cope with the normal stress of day-to-day life. What this implies is that no matter who you are, no matter how much money you have in your bank account, whether your father is Bill Gates or your father is Dangote or President Trump or President Buhari, it doesn't matter. You are going to have to deal with stress in your day-to-day life, and that is normal. However, your ability to cope, your resilience, your ability to bounce back from adversity, to cope with the challenges that are uniquely yours, because every individual has his or her unique challenges. Some people have challenges with their marital life. Some people have challenges with fertility. Some people have challenges with having a child with developmental disorders, or they may have challenge with physical ill health, a chronic health condition that they have to manage and cope with. Or your challenge may be that you have financial difficulties. But every human being on earth is going to experience unique challenges in their own day-to-day living. However, it is not the stress, it is not the challenge that matters, it is how you cope with it. And how you cope with it is a reflection of your mental well-being. So that's the second attribute, the ability to cope and handle normal day-to-day stressors in your life. The third one is the ability to work productively. Every human being has an innate ability to want to be relevant wherever you are, to be productive, to have a sense of accomplishment, right? A sense of achievement that you are doing well and you are productive. So, but the ability to be productive, again, is hinged on your mental well-being. And the last attribute is the ability to have successful interactions within the community. And the smallest unit of the community is the family unit. So in your relationship as a wife, as a husband, as a daughter, as a son, as a sibling to your brothers and sisters, in your relationship with colleagues at work, with your neighbors where you live, how's your interpersonal relationship? How are you functioning as a member of society, as a member of the community? So these four attributes are very key to understanding whether or not you are enjoying good mental health. Now, when you look at it from this perspective, you will very easily identify that it's very possible for me to be well-dressed, to show up at work, to perform to some extent at work, yet I'm not enjoying good mental health because maybe I'm not coping well with my stress, the stressors in my life, maybe because my productivity has declined significantly because I'm not in a good place emotionally, maybe my interpersonal relationships have become very terrible. I'm very irritable and cranky and quarrelsome all of the time. And you notice that, well, Dr. Abumali didn't used to be like this. You don't really know what's going on with him. So this may be subtle indicators that I'm not enjoying good mental health, because the common misconception is that we imagine that when we say, oh, somebody is not enjoying good mental health, it means the person has gone mad, it means the person is roaming naked, it means the person is behaving abnormally. No, good mental health, enjoying good mental health is the ability to fulfill your potential, cope with normal stress, be productive, and enjoy good interpersonal relationships. When you are having problems in any of these four areas, it may imply that your mental health is suboptimal, right? And the concept of mental health is the idea that we aim for all of us, myself inclusive, every single day, we want to optimize our emotional well-being. We want to know areas where we are having challenges, areas where we are not coping well, and how to cope better and do better. And these are some of the things that going for therapy sessions can help you achieve. So, because many people, when you say, see a therapist, see a psychiatrist, see a clinical psychologist, say, no, what do you mean? Do you think I'm mad? That's a complete misconception. It's lack of right information about what this entails. So, but if you look at it from the point of view that it's a way to maximize your potential, to help you be more productive, to help you deal with your life challenges better and relate better with people, then you will see that everybody will benefit from therapy at some point in time or the other. So that's about mental health. What about mental illness? Before I talk about mental illness, let me quickly clarify, and then I'll move very quickly. Let me quickly clarify that it's important for us to appreciate that everything we do, our intelligence, our memory, our speech, behavior, judgment, whatever we do that makes us who we are is a function of our brain. And our brain, therefore, controls our thinking, our behavior, our intelligence, our mood, whether we are happy or we are sad. Everything we do is controlled by our brain. And there are chemicals in this brain that regulate these functions. When we talk about mental illness, they occur when the level of these chemicals become abnormal, either too high or too low. For instance, in depression, the chemicals responsible for our mood, the levels drop and become very low. And so we feel very miserable. We don't have energy. We don't have motivation and all of that. And so mental ill health, therefore, are conditions affecting the brain in which there are abnormalities in our thinking, in our mood or emotions, our behavior, our judgment, or a combination of all of this, okay? And it causes distress either to us or to people around us and affects our day-to-day functioning, right? So this is the definition of mental ill health. And again, it's a spectrum. There are very mild ones like phobia, like anxiety, right? There are some that are a bit more moderately severe, like depression. And there are more severe ones like psychosis, where the person is hearing voices, is having delusions, and so on and so forth. The other very important distinction for us to appreciate is that some of these conditions occur in children. They are childhood mental disorders like autism, like attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. These are conditions that occur almost exclusively in children. Of course, they can grow up with it. Then we have those in adolescence and young adulthood, like drug abuse, like depression, like psychosis, and so on. Then we have those that occur in the elderly, like dementia. So across the lifespan, mental health problems can occur to anybody at any time. We should also appreciate that these are very common problems. 1 in every 4 persons at some point in time will have a mental health challenge. We know the average family is at least maybe a father, a mother, at least 2 children. So what that translates into is that in every family, at least 1 family member is at risk of developing a mental health problem at some point in time or the other. And so when we understand it from this perspective, we should understand that there should be no shame or stigma associated with having a mental health challenge and seeking for appropriate care and intervention. Very quickly, to just touch on the other two aspects, what's the relationship between socioeconomic status and mental illness? Is it only people who are poor that develop mental illness or mental health challenges? Of course not. Mental health problems can occur to everybody regardless of the size of your bank account. However, we know that when you are going through a lot of poverty and socioeconomic difficulties, it stacks the odds against you and increases the stressors that you have to overcome. So there is a close bidirectional relationship between poverty and mental ill health, such that sometimes among individuals who have low socioeconomic status, they tend to have sometimes higher levels of mental health challenges. And even if you are not poor previously and you have a mental health challenge, the chances that you drop down the social ladder significantly increases. So there is that relationship. And so improving the social status of individuals, economic empowerment, and so on, it's one of those things that improves the chances of enjoying good mental well-being and emotional functioning. We will, however, not end this without talking about tips for enjoying good emotional well-being. And some of the few I'll just share with you, maybe during the question and answer session, we may talk about others, include the fact that we need to invest in human relationships. Invest in good relationships with people, right? When you do that, when you do something nice to others, your body will release oxytocin and other hormones that will make you feel good yourself. So you're actually not being nice to them. You're actually improving your own mood by doing something nice and thoughtful and caring to others. So number one, invest in human relationships. Okay, and then what goes around eventually comes around. If you are nice to people, the chances are higher that they will also be nice to you in return. And all of us, we are social animals, right? We don't live on an island. We need to relate with one another, and that is mutually beneficial when we proactively invest in good relationships. So that's number one. The second is to ensure that we exercise regularly. When I say exercise regularly, it doesn't mean you must go and buy tracksuit, buy Skechers, go to the gym. That's not necessarily the only way to exercise regularly. You can put on music in your room and dance for 30 minutes every day. You walk out a sweat. That is exercise, but let it be regular. How is that useful to your mental well-being, you may want to ask. The benefits is that when you exercise, your muscles again release some chemicals that will lift your mood, number one. Number two, when you are anxious, you tend to be tense and your muscles will be tense and tight. When you exercise, your muscles naturally will relax. So that relaxation gives you a feeling of calmness. The third benefit of regular exercise is that your muscles will be tired. They will send a signal to your brain that they need to shut down and rest. So it will improve your sleep. And when you sleep well, your brain is refreshed. It's like it's rebooting. And when you wake up, you'll be in a good mood and so on. And so regular exercise is also very healthy. Please avoid drug abuse, no matter the temptation, no matter the challenges you are going through. Because once you start medicating yourself with alcohol, with cannabis, with heroin and other things, you are digging another pit that's creating an even greater danger for yourself. So please abstain from drug abuse, no matter the challenges you have. If you have challenges and you're struggling to cope, please see a therapist, see a clinical psychologist, or see a psychiatrist. Speak to a professional to help you cope better, but don't turn to drug abuse, right? The other tip I will mention, and then I'll stop talking so we have time for my colleague to also speak, and then we leave room for question and answer later, is to spend quality time with your loved ones. We all pretend to be so extremely busy, and we have no time for our families, no time for our children, no time for our spouses, and that is absolute nonsense. If you are not spending quality time with your loved ones, at the end of the day, when you spend quality time with them, that's when you bond. You bond better with your children. You find out what's happening in their life. They talk to you. Not when you're always in a hurry, you are rushing home, you are rushing out. You never have time to just sit down quietly with them and let them feel free to think about whatever, any topic under the sun and speak about it with you and so on. So please let us not take Our loved ones, our family members are the ones we take for granted the most. We need to stop taking them for granted. We need to consciously spend quality time with them. And that is also helpful for our emotional well-being. It strengthens the ties of bonding, love, and warmth and affection that is among us. And that also improves our emotional well-being. In any case, it's always a plus to know that someone always has your back. And who else should have your back other than your spouse, right? So investing in your relationship, the quality of your relationship, spending good quality time, bonding together is also a very good way of promoting your emotional well-being. There are others, but I would like to stop here for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jibril. I was writing, see my pen, I was just writing. I was just writing. Thank you so much. Before Dr. Abiri comes in, please let's have, we'll run a poll. If you please, just 5 questions, very short questions, just answer them, and then we'll go through the adverts, and then Dr. Abiri would come in. That should not take more than 2 minutes. Please, the poll is coming up now. Kindly answer now, please. We have just 1 minute to answer. Please, it's anonymous. We're not seeing your name. We're not seeing anything you're doing. So kindly, just the first question there says, what sector? Oh, no. This is not the poll. I beg your pardon. This was yesterday's poll. Let me stop that. Okay, please, let's pull up the poll, add the poll, and then we'll continue. So let's run the adverts at this point, please. Let's have the adverts coming, and then Dr. Abiri will come in. Thank you very much. Apologies for that. So the poll is on, just launching the poll now. Please, there are 5 questions. If we could quickly, we have 1 minute to answer. The first one is, have you ever attended any past Thrive Women events? Just yes or no. Your name is not showing. Please, let's quickly answer the questions on the screen. Thank you. Okay, we have another 30 seconds, please. Could we go ahead and answer? It's just a tick. You either tick yes or no. Move on to the next question. Thank you. The votes are coming in. Please just click to help us serve you better in future. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. The votes are still coming in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, we have just 10 more seconds and then we'll shut the polls. Please, let's vote so we can serve you better in our future events. Your names are not showing, so don't don't be concerned about that. And while we're here, let's just inform you that for the Q&A, if you have any sensitive questions, you don't want your name attached, please, you can rename yourself as anonymous. And then after the Q&A, if you're interested, you can wait behind for the raffle draw. We have a few prizes to be won. But after the Q&A, please name yourself properly, because it's the name that wins the raffle draw. We will check with our database for those registered so that we can send them the gift item. So thank you. The poll is ending now. Thank you very much for participating in the poll. Thank you. So at this point, we would call on Dr. Abiri to please take the floor. Thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Abiri, are you there? I can see your hair, but we can't see your picture. We can't see your video, rather. Okay, Dr. Abiri, are you there? Okay, let's see if we're having any issues. Dr. Abiri asked to unmute.
Right. So can you hear me?
Okay, we can
Hello?
hear you now. Yes, we can hear you now. And your
Yes,
video?
I am. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can. We can.
Okay.
It's your video we can't see. We've started your video, but it's not coming on. Okay, so we'll just take okay, so we'll just take a quick break while Dr. Abiri sorts out her video.
Our video is here now. She's on now.
Okay, okay, okay. So please go ahead, Dr. Abiri.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right then. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and it's an absolute honor to be here to be speaking at the Thrive Women Conference. I've been previously introduced, and so I would get right into the topic of today. And I've been saddled with, the responsibility of talking about quite a lot today. And so
Dr. Abiri, your network is bad. Okay, so Dr. Abiri. Oh. Okay, Dr. Abiri, we'll take you off. Let's see if we can sort out your network, and then we'll put you, back
today.
on.
Overcoming trauma and available resources. It is indeed a triple loaded session.
We're having a network issue. Okay, so please, while we try and sort out the network issues with Dr. Abiri, we would take a short break and we'll sort that out and then we'll come back. We already have questions in the Q&A, so please send your questions in, not in the chat, please, in the Q&A. Thank you very much. Please, let's have the adverts coming. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much to all our supporters, our speakers, those that believe in us. We're sincerely appreciative of your support over the years as well. Thank you very much. So I'm not sure, Dr. Abiri, are we good to go now?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Nice and clear. Welcome back.
Oh, fantastic. All right. Okay, so good afternoon. Sorry, everyone, for that initial technical hitch. Like a friend of mine would say, technology will embarrass you. And so it tried this afternoon. And so this afternoon, I will stand on existing protocols as I will be speaking on overcoming trauma, stress, and addictions, recovery and available resources. And I feel like it's a triple loaded session, especially because we're looking at three very important and critical things at this time. It's of course my pleasure to welcome you to this session. And I'm hopeful that, you know, at the end of the session, you would find the topic, of course, very insightful and possibly a reason why you want to take a new decision on taking a step. I'd like to start with the story of one patient who I saw in one of my sessions. And, you know, during the course of our conversation, I had cause to ask her about her relationship with her spouse. And I asked, would you say that you are in a relationship that has a bit of domestic violence? Is domestic violence going on in your relationship? And she said to me, domestic violence, is that not when a man beats a woman? That my husband is not beating me, so there's no domestic violence going on. And I was somewhat taken aback, especially because we know, or maybe we don't know, or maybe a lot of us don't know, and then need to be educated on the fact that violence is beyond physical and that there's so much more that can be violence. I believe that this conversation is apt for various reasons. One of the reasons being that the year 2020 the EndSARS protest, and the interesting facts about the fact that even despite the fact that we had all of this going on, life did not stop. In our individual lives, in our collective lives, at work, at home, at play, we found that each and every one of us has had significant life events and crises at different times in this year that have continued to test our strength, our resolve, and our resilience with an increased overwhelmingness of our abilities to cope. Of course, at present, the biggest pandemic that we're dealing with is the COVID-19 pandemic. But research has also shown that when the COVID-19 pandemic is over, the most likely pandemic we'll be dealing with next is a mental health crisis. And so conversations such as this that touch on issues that can affect our psychological and mental well-being are extremely important, as if these issues are not well managed, they can weigh heavily on our mental health. I'm hopeful that at the end of this conversation, we can take the learnings from today and continue the well-being and self-care conversations that we encourage, that are open, honest, and unashamed, just as Dr. Abdul Malik had said. I would implore you that you please listen intently. The first thing I want to describe, of course, is trauma. But the important thing about trauma, when it happens for all of us, is that it involves a threat to our life, safety, and security. Or it can, of course, be described as a situation that leaves us feeling overwhelmed and isolated. That's what trauma does, even if it does not involve physical harm. It's not whether what happened that makes it traumatic, but it is the subjective emotional experience of the individual who is involved in the process. And so, for instance, you may find that being in a car accident or witnessing a car accident or witnessing a robbery or witnessing a fall, an accident of some sort may be traumatic. And it's important to look at how we categorize trauma. Trauma can be broadly described in two facets. What is known as an event trauma. An event trauma is a one-time trauma, such as an accident, a hurricane, an injury, or a violent attack, usually unexpected. So that's an event trauma. It's a one-time trauma. It happens, and then, of course, the individual is impacted for as long as life may allow. The second type of trauma, of course, is what is known as the process trauma, or otherwise known as an ongoing or a relentless kind of trauma. The trauma that has happened to all of us in this year that we can describe in that category of a process trauma is the trauma of the COVID-19 pandemic. It came in February to Nigeria, but we have continued to hear about the damages that it has continued to allow in terms of death, in terms of increasing rates, in terms of the fact that it has changed how we have lived our lives and how we have continued to do things that has affected us as individuals, as spouses, as parents, as religious organizations, as at workplaces, at school, to mention but a few. It's interesting to note that there are commonly overlooked causes of traumatic events. So for instance, the diagnosis of a major illness, either physical or mental health illness. It could be the sudden death of a loved one. It could be the breakup of a significant relationship. And so that relationship could be a dating relationship, it could be a friendship, or it could even be a marriage. It could be a humiliating or deeply disappointing experience. And so for instance, a young lady who has been looking at getting married, or a young man who has been looking at going into university, but year in, year out, it doesn't seem to happen, can be traumatic. And interestingly, especially because, this is a conversation for women, it's important to talk about factors that affect women as individuals. So for instance, issues with, I just spoke about marriage, issues with infertility, issues with, or problems with children as children grow up, or problems within the marriage, or even problems with career. Our sources of trauma differ. And even though we're adults now and we're speaking to ourselves as adults, it's important that we realize that many of the traumatic experiences that people have gone through started actually in childhood, when they were children. And so what are some of these sources of childhood trauma? They include being in a dysfunctional parenting relationship. So one parent is not there, or both parents are there, and it's a violent home, an unstable or an unsafe environment, having a serious illness, either as a child or watching a parent have an illness, an environment where there's domestic violence, an environment where there's sexual abuse, physical abuse, emotional abuse, neglect, financial abuse, and sometimes, of course, when all hope is lost, financial difficulties, of course, could also lead to trauma. And as adults, the traumatic experiences we face are different for each and every one of us. Trauma has different impacts and affects all of us in different ways. And having talked about trauma, I'd like to move on to stress, since I'm also speaking about overcoming stress. Usually when people hear the word stress, it's associated with something that is negative. We often describe stress as being the bad guy, from causing as little as a common cold to as bad as a heart attack. Our perception of stress over the years is so negative that we don't even want to hear the word stress. But it would interest you to note that even the World Health Organization has said that for an individual to say that I am mentally healthy, you are mentally healthy, one of the criteria is that you must be able to cope with the normal stresses of life. So listen to this. It says that stress is normal. And so this afternoon, I say to you again, yes, stress is indeed normal. Stress is a response to a threat. And so at different times in our lives, we can have threats. A traumatic experience can be a threat. As something as seemingly simple as Lagos traffic can be a threat. Something as little as having issues with your workplace or changing jobs can be a threat to an individual. And so in a bid for the body to respond to a threatening event, the body undergoes what is known as stress. So stress is not entirely bad. Stress can, however, be bad if it is chronic or if the individual's ability to cope is exceeded by the demands that is put on the body. Our sources of stress are also different, just as we are different. Our sources of stress can be internal sources of stress. So you yourself can be a source of stress to yourself as an individual without knowing. And how can that happen? Sometimes the demands and the pressures we put on ourselves can be a source of stress. Not being able to say no to engagements just because you want to look good can be a source of stress. Can be a source of stress, especially when you don't have the requisite skills to cope with what it is that is going on. And so those are the internal sources of stress. The external sources of stress, of course, are things that come from our friends, spouses, workplaces, and the environment. I've always said that the biggest source of stress in Lagos, in my own opinion, is traffic. For a spouse, it may be a spouse wanting you to do something in a certain way, and that is stressing you out. It may be relatives asking you, when are you going to get married? When are you finishing school? When are you going to have children? Okay, now stress are different. And many times they can be fueled by cultural and religious expectations. But the truth is that all of us are exposed to stress or to stressors, which are the factors that cause stress at one point or another in our life. And stress affects us just as trauma affects us. So of course, trauma can cause stress. But again, remember that stress is chronic and the body is responding. It responds by releasing what we know as stress hormones, the hormones of cortisol and oxytocin. What however happens in a chronic state of stress is that there is continuous release of those hormones in such a way that the body is always at alert. The body is undergoing a lot of stress, stressful experiences to the sole of the feet. And so when an individual has stress or is exposed to continue, it can predispose, of course, to physical health and mental health conditions. The last thing I'm supposed to talk about overcoming today is addictions. And in my line of work, we don't like to use the word addictions because we're someone who is struggling with a concern. And so I will use the term dependence. Dependence to mean that an individual has an uncontrollable urge to indulge in an activity or indulge in the use of a substance in such a way that it is detrimental to personal functioning, to relationships, and to their occupation and productivity as well. And so I like how this conversation has continued to proceed in the sense that we started with trauma, identified what trauma was, and also said that trauma can lead to stress. And while an individual is looking at how to cope, how to escape reality, how to deal with all it is that they're going through, they may then turn to either substances of abuse or methods of coping, which largely may be maladaptive. And so when people are going through issues, they want to escape. They want to escape from reality. And so what we find is that for you to say that an individual is dependent on either a substance or a habit, and some of the substances, of course, are substances such as alcohol, marijuana, codeine, tramadol, prescription medications sometimes, and very often we also find that people also abuse sleep medications without a doctor's prescription. Many people often turn to substances of abuse, illicit substances of abuse, marijuana, cocaine, to mention but a few. Sometimes we find that depending on the trauma that these individuals went through, and many times because these traumatic experiences and these stressful life events are not properly attended to, people start to look for ways to cope. If you don't go in the right direction of coping, you would end up saying that an individual is dependent on either a substance or a lifestyle. It's largely because they are unable to control the urge to indulge in that activity, and whatever activity or distress in personal functioning, in their relationships, and in their occupation and productivity as well. People can be dependent on substances of abuse. People can be dependent on food. People can be dependent on sex. People can be dependent on internet, just about anything to cope. The impact of trauma today, trauma, stress, and dependence, I must highlight, can affect an individual's physical health, their mental health, their interactions with other people, and their ability to go about productive activities and all the things that make us emotionally healthy and well, including the fact that a lot of people who have gone through stressful life events and traumatic experiences have problems maintaining and forming relationships. Going through trauma and having a lot of stress and also being dependent would affect an individual's self-esteem. It would affect their confidence level. It would affect their perception about themselves. People start to doubt themselves and their abilities. They never see themselves as good enough. They can't compliment themselves because over the years, the exposures to the negative vices, the negative more likely to be emotional beings, to rely on other people to fill the void that they're currently going through. While there's nothing wrong in relying on other people, the first and best person you can rely on is yourself. But of course, you also need by yourself to be in a good place mentally and physically. Because if you don't have anything to offer yourself, what then can you offer another person when they come up to you? And it's for this reason that we must talk about recovery. Recovery from stress, recovery from trauma, and recovery from any negative vices we have been through in our lives. And when I talk about recovery, I would say to you today that there is no time stamp on trauma. There's no formula for you to insert to get from a place of horror to a place of healing. It's important for you to be patient, take up space, and let the journey that you go through be the bound that you need for your healing. I want to say to you this afternoon that if you have gone through trauma or you are going through stress that is crippling and disabling for you, you are not alone. I would also, of course, like to say that you can get help, and of course, help is available. You must first of all know that recovery is not a destination, it is a journey. If you decide that you are not in a good place and you decide to get help, you must always ask yourself, why? Why am I getting help? Why am I reaching out for help? Know what you want and why you want it. Know how to get there. And most importantly, you must know where it is that you are going. I must state that sometimes on our journeys to recovery, we may not even know why we want it, and which is because you have been beaten so much that you cannot even appreciate what it is that you're going through. You can't look at the problems that you have to solve them. You can't even take decisions. And sometimes and many times as women, we need each other. Not just to look good and compliment each other about our achievements, but to also support other women that are struggling and are going through a difficult time. For you to recover, you must think about making a change. And think about the fact that making a change is a good thing. But of course, also remember that making a change is about building little blocks. It doesn't happen in just one day. You need to start making small changes. And that change, or the amount of changes, starts here in your mind. You need to decide that you have had enough of where it is that you're coming from. And you need a lot of willpower and effort to get that done. Not just wishing, but being able to get up from point A and move to point B, knowing that your destination is most likely a point Z. You must take action and also work hard at maintaining the action it is that you are taking. When I started this conversation, I started with the story of a patient that I saw who did not understand what it was to be in a domestic violent relationship, a relationship that was violent in a domestic setting. And it's not unusual for you not to know. If you don't know what trauma looks like, how can you appreciate it when it comes? And so this lady that I was speaking to on that day was under a bit of emotional abuse by her husband, but because she thought that trauma was just about physical abuse, she thought that that was all that it was. And so today I would encourage you with what I have come to discuss as the 4 L's. So whether it is that you're facing trauma or it is that you are going through a significant stressful life event that has tested your resilience, your resolve, your strength, and has overwhelmed your ability to cope, I would say to you today that the first thing you must do is you must learn. Be willing to get information, be willing to get education, be aware and be informed. Learn about trauma, not because you want to be traumatized, but because when it does happen, you want to know what it looks like. Read about it, come to forums like this about it, ask questions if you are not sure, but by all means, learn. As women and as support systems to ourselves and to other people, it's important to listen. We must listen to each other in a non-judgmental, calm and compassionate manner. We must listen with love. It's said that the reason why we have 2 ears and 1 mouth is so that we can listen twice as much as we speak. But by all means, please listen. It's also important to look out for each other. Look out for that one person who used to be the life of a party and is suddenly quiet. Look out for that one person who you would call and would come to the phone with a lot of happiness. Look out for that one person who is wearing dark shades, most likely because somebody beats them up. Look out for that one person who doesn't seem happy, who seems to be struggling, who doesn't seem to have it all. But of course, it's important that you look out for yourself as well. And the last but not the least is that I would encourage us to link ourselves and other people to sources of support and sources of help where people can get help. As women, 3 major things hold us back: lack of finance, fear, and fatigue. But I will say to us this afternoon that women should be the greatest supporters of each other. I find that in many conversations, we don't support each other as much as we should. And we actually should. Because if you have a room of women standing up for each other, holding up each other, even when you are behind closed doors, you want to support another woman. It's important for us to empower other women, to encourage other women, and to develop other women, even as we develop ourselves. The empowered woman is powerful beyond measure and beautiful beyond description. I am an empowered woman. Are you empowering other women as well? Where can we get help? And it's a great thing that the Asido Foundation is here today. And as director of the Women's Mental Health Directorate in Asido Foundation, you can get help at the Asido Foundation. Get help at the Asido Foundation, where we have a rich array of professionals, psychologists, psychiatrists, occupational therapists, and support workers who can support you. It's important to get help from a professional when you don't know what to do, when you are confused, when you are distressed, when the signs and symptoms of not sleeping well, not eating well, being unduly irritable, feeling confused, having symptoms of depression, having a psychotic experience, when all of this start to happen and they begin to increase in intensity, frequency, and start to cause distress to you as an individual, please, by all means, do not live in denial. Reach out for help, because help is available. And the help is available, of course, at the Asido Foundation. I'm aware that a couple of NGOs are directed to women's mental health as well. Why I'm leading the Asido Foundation here as a source of help for all of us. There are other, state governments also have bodies that can reach out for women, that women can reach out to when they do need help. As I close, I want to tell us this afternoon that it's important to take care of ourselves. Self-care is not selfish. And sometimes the only care that you can get for yourself, the only selfless thing that you can do for yourself is to be selfish. You need to take care of yourself first. You need to put on your own mask first. Because if you are empty, you cannot serve anyone from that empty vessel. You may have been traumatized, and you may not know that a lot of the things that you're doing in this day and age may be due to the trauma that you've gone through. Speak to someone, reach out to someone. But remember that by all means, moving back is not an option. And standing still is also not enough. Moving back again is not an option. And standing still is not enough. I'm hopeful that by supporting other women, we will continue to thrive, and of course, thrive. Thank you very much for your time.
Wow, thank you so much, Dr. Abiri. You certainly nailed it, and we're happy the network, even though we tried to play up, we were able to get the information from you. Thank you so much. I'll just quickly run through what you've both spoken about. If you have any questions, please type it in the Q&A. I noticed some people had their hands up. The conference does not allow for verbal interactions. So please type your questions. You can rename yourselves anonymously if the question is very personal to you and you don't want us to know. So please type your questions in the Q&A. So very quickly, I'll go through what Dr. Jibril said. He said health, according to the UN, that health involves the three aspects of our health, our mental, our physical, and our emotional, that we are uniquely different, meaning we should stay on our lane. What we find most times is we tend to compare ourselves or we tend to judge ourselves. Let's understand our journey. Let's know where we are going and know that my journey is different from Dr. Abiri's journey. My journey is different from Dr. Jibril's journey, or Coach Ifezua or Brandy. Any one of us, we have to understand who we are first, and that we are all on individual journey. It's not a race. It's more like a marathon, not a sprint. So he also touched on ability to cope with normal stresses of everyday life. So stress is actually normal, but depending on the intensity of it and your mental state of mind to actually cope with the normal stresses in life. The ability to work productively gives us a sense of accomplishment, and that's a function also of our mental state. Ability to have a successful relationship with your community is also critical. We should optimize our emotional well-being. And trauma or stress can happen to anybody at any time. So he actually made a comment from research that 1 in 4 will have mental health challenge. Most times as Nigerians, or, well, I will speak for myself. Most times when we hear mental health, we think of, people on the street that are, that we name mad. But mental health is the state of our mind, just like the state of your body. The state of your mind is your mental health. So we should not be ashamed. It shouldn't be anything to be ashamed of, and which is what I'm so proud of what Asido is doing, to be unashamed about your mental state, to seek for help when you need it as well. Then no shame. He talked about no shame, seek for help. What are the stressors? You have to realize what the stressors are in your life and how you can better deal with those stressors that trigger the stress in you. Then he said about investing in good human relationships. He gave us some tips that most times, we expect when we haven't invested, we expect friends to be there for us. It doesn't always happen like that. Most times we find that the stressors, I beg your pardon, the friendships that we invest in are the ones that are there for us when we need it. So we have to invest in the relationship, and not just what we're going to get from the relationship, rather what are we giving to the relationship. So invest in good human relationship, exercise regularly. Exercise does not mean gymming alone, going to the gym. It could be something as simple as playing music in your room and dancing to it, just walking around your compound. Please avoid drug use, alcohol, excessive sex. I know he didn't mention that, but Dr. Abiri mentioned that. Prescription drugs, you name it, because it is just digging a deeper grave, a deeper pit for one to fall into. Then quality time with loved ones. Sometimes the environment we live in, we might not, maybe there's tension in the house, in the relationship between the spouses. How do you manage those things? So I'm sure during the Q&A, we'll be able to answer some of those questions as well. Now, I'll quickly move on to Dr. Abiri. Dr. Abiri talked about violence is not only physical. Most times we think about violence as being just the physical part of, somebody hitting you. No, you have the mental abuse, you have the emotional abuse when someone denies you, financial abuse. When you had an agreement with someone, your spouse, and you decided to stop work to stay at home with the agreement that, over time, you have the financial access, to take care of the family while the other spouse works. And you find that most times, a lot of times, not most times, I don't have that statistics, but a lot of times the complaint we hear is that the men default on that and the women become subjected to financial denial. So it takes them time, unless they have support around them, to actually get them back to start doing things on their own or get a job. Then the woman becomes financially, financially enslaved to that situation. So Dr. Abiri talked about trauma, life safety and security. She talked about the process of trauma process, which can be ongoing or relentless. She also talked about trauma, which can be a one-time event. Stresses, that stress is not bad. Only chronic stress is bad. Our ability to cope with stress, everyday stress, is important. Then we have to understand our sources of stress, internal sources of stress. She said sometimes we are our worst enemies because what we go through, we are the ones that actually trigger what stresses us from within because of our state of mind and our perception. Then stress also affects us just as trauma does, and trauma causes stress. Then she talked about recovering from stress, trauma, and negative events in our lives. That recovery is actually a journey. It's not just like we talked about in the previous session. It's not a miracle. It is a journey. Like, it's a gradual thing. You didn't get there immediately, right? Even if you experience something traumatic, it took time for that thing to process. It might have happened in a second or two, but it took time for that thing to sink in, for that thing to process through you. So just give yourself time, give yourself time to unbundle the pain, the trauma, whatever it is that is holding you back. Then she talked about we should find out, we must ask why. Why do I need help? Why do you need help? When you identify the why, the how becomes easier, because the next thing she said is know what you want to change. Then how do you intend going about it? And then where are we going with all of this? And then she mentioned the 4 L's, the learn, the look out for others, and then link ourselves to other sources of help. And she said 3 things that affect us women as women are finance, fear, and fatigue. I can relate to the finance, I can relate to the fear, I can relate to the fatigue, because through my life at various times I've experienced all three unashamedly. Is that English correct? I hope so. So we'll now move on to the Q&A session for Dr. Abdul Malik and Dr. Abiri. Before then, would please advise that if you want to send in your questions as anonymous, please rename yourself as anonymous and post your question. And afterwards, please rename yourself if you're interested in the raffle draw. Ensure that you registered, because that's the name we would use to send your gift, to confirm the authenticity of the registration and send your gifts to you. So we'll quickly take adverts and then we'll go straight to Q&A. Thank you very much for your patience.
You are muted. We can't hear you.
Thank you. So welcome back, and thank you for your patience. We'll move on straight to your Q&A. If the speakers can please come on. The very first question, I think it's the same person from yesterday. We appreciate you. We appreciate your engagement, and I hope you win one of the prizes for today. So the first question is there a connection between early negative childhood experience and one's perception of oneself in adulthood? Now, if yes, how can one overcome negative result of such experience? So Dr. Jibril, you can go ahead and take that. And if Dr. Abiri has a further contribution, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not able to enable my video. The host has stopped it.
Oh, please, sorry about that. Please, let's enable his video, please. Are you there now?
Yeah, I just got the permission now.
Okay. Thank you.
Right, so thank you very much for this question. It's very correct that when we have a preponderance of early childhood negative experiences, it tends to sometimes have long-lasting, lifelong consequences. So it's a phenomenon that is called ACE, ACE, Adverse Childhood Experiences. And it's now very well studied with longitudinal studies over several decades to show the trajectory that those who have a higher proportion of adverse childhood experiences tend to have some emotional issues in adulthood, including low self-esteem, anxiety issues, difficulties with trust, a predisposition towards becoming depressed or abusing substances or drugs, and so on. However, and this is where the caveat is very important, it is not automatic that once you've suffered negative early childhood experiences, you must have emotional load. It just means that you have a higher risk. So if you are then aware that you have this sorts of risk and tendency, then you become more proactive with respect to looking for how to ensure that you change the trajectory from negative to positive. And then if you are having difficulties, you may benefit from having therapy sessions where a mental health professional can guide you and show you the way to learning to overcome these issues. What it does is that it damages your ability to trust people. When adults who had power, authority over you that you trusted abuse that trust, either because you were physically abused or sexually abused or taken advantage of, or you suffered any form of negative bullying, a parent died, you have a step-parent who was very harsh, who treated you very unfairly, and so on and so forth. So all of these negative early life experiences are things that you can learn to cope with. That is what we do in therapy. Because there's this saying that the largest room in the world is the room for self-improvement. What that means is that the greatest gift that we all have as human beings is the gift of adapting, of changing, the fact that we are not rigid. Even in old age, we can change our ways. We can unlearn old habits and relearn new habits, okay? So we can always change for the better. We can always improve. And if you are struggling to do that by yourself, you may need professional assistance to be able to do so, okay? So the way to look at it is to say that these are things and events that have happened to me in the past when I was vulnerable and I was a child. Now I'm an adult. I'm now responsible for my decisions and the consequences moving forward. And therefore, you take responsibility for ensuring that you grab the wheels of your life and you navigate your life in the direction that you want it, okay? So you cannot undo what has happened, but you are fully in control of how you react, how you allow it emotionally to have an impact on you, and then moving forward, how you want to live your life. So that would be my response to that question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jibril. Dr. Abiri, do you have any contributions to that?
Well, yes. Thank you very much to my senior colleague for sharing those words of wisdom. And so, if I was going to lend my voice to that conversation, what I would say is that as a child, we often say in our line of practice that a child is the window to a home, to every home. And so for you to be able to know what's going on or effectively predict what's going on in a home, once you see a child, the child pretty much gives you a glimpse of what exactly it is that is going on. It's important to know that as adults, we are a combination of nature and nurture. And as when we were children, childhood was a time to grow, to express ourselves, to play, to just be children. Unfortunately, a lot of people lost that, opportunity to be able to be innocent and enjoy the times, largely because of the exposure to adverse childhood experiences that, Dr. Abdul Malik just spoke about. In fact, childhood experiences, which may even include not just traumatic events, but, maybe parental illnesses, parenting styles, and how, children were exposed to conversations or things around the house, whether or not they were given love, care, support, and encouragement when they needed all of these things. If I wanted to back, this conversation up with theories, I would talk about the theory that we call the psychosocial theory of development, and how that at every stage in a child's development, a child is supposed to achieve a milestone. And so if at any point in time that child does not achieve the milestone that they're supposed to achieve, it starts to build the foundation for problems in future. And so the milestones of trust, the milestones of autonomy, the milestones of identity, the milestones of self-esteem, if all of these are not properly formed while a child is growing up, and if unfortunately they are now, encumbered by traumatic experiences, it would impact negatively on many things, on their perception of themselves. So as adults now, it would affect your perception or the individual's perception of themselves, their abilities. They start to doubt themselves as to whether or not they are good enough. So for instance, a child who went through a lot of emotional abuse, how, parents were telling them they're not good enough. The other people who come first in class, do they have two heads? A lot of these things damage the psyche and ego of a child. And so by the time that they're adults, damaged children, of course, become damaged adults, especially if no intervention is done early enough. And so it's for that reason that we always say that therapy is extremely important. And therapy, like I like to describe it, makes you realize that you actually have, you have super strengths that you never even knew that you had. And all that you need to do is give yourself the ability and a reason to fly, to discover yourself, and of course, continue to enjoy yourself in adulthood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abiri. And so we'll move on quickly to the next question, which states, how do we help a child who is easily distracted from his studies? That's a mother speaking. Dr. Abiri, as a woman, let's go first.
Okay, well, so, it's said that our attention spans are beginning to get shorter and shorter as technology continues to increase more and more. In fact, it was said that the average individual's attention span is shorter than that of a goldfish, which is 8 seconds. Unfortunately, because of the advent of a lot of technological advancements, expect that we even make available to children television, iPads, video games, computers. It's battling for a lot of their attention. And so something that we must do for children, first of all, is to be able to identify whether or not that inability to pay attention, is it just normal or is it a mental health condition? Because in mental health, we also have conditions where children have problems paying attention. specifically in what is called the attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And of course, inability to pay attention can also be a part of other childhood problems. So for instance, if you have a child or an adolescent who is anxious, or a child or an adolescent who is depressed, it can also affect attention and concentration. However, if it's a child in general population that is having problems concentrating, I think that something that we can do is to create a schedule for that child. The body has a biological clock. And of course, the body is more likely to be able to work with structure. We must create structure for our children. But of course, they mirror us, so we must mirror the attitude and the activities we also want them to see. If the first thing you do every morning when you wake up is grab your phone, chances are a child is thinking, so why can't I get up and go watch the TV too? So let's put up structure for children. Let's make them understand that these gadgets are a means to an end, not an end in themselves. They have functions that they perform. It's also important that we must, encourage children to do things outside the home. In those days when we were growing up, we had such a large compound. We could plant corn, we could plant oranges, we could bury our animals. Most children now pretty much live what is called a restrictive lifestyle. They can't go out, they don't have friends. And unfortunately, the COVID-19 hasn't helped matters as much as possible. We need to engage our children in creative things, creative endeavors, teach them to use their hands, teach them to make friends, teach them that there's a reward in doing what you need them to do at every point in time. So put a reward on whatever task it is that ensures that they pay attention. Get them to read books. Let them play outdoors. And most importantly, let us limit screen time. Let's limit how much time and attention that our children are given to devices. Of course, if it is a problem where the child is unable to function, and so for instance, if this child, there's a major deviation from who the child used to be, or the behavior of the child in such a way that is causing distress to the child's interactions, the child's work in school, or any form of action in the home, we may then want to seek help with a professional, because like I said, the child may also be dealing with a mental health condition, which may be anxiety, a phobia, a depression, or an attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Dr. Jibril, any contributions?
No, I think she's done justice.
She's covered it, right? Okay. So we'll move on quickly to the next question, who says, how does one identify a mental health issue and an emotional abuse scenario? Because like you said earlier, right, Dr. Abiri mentioned earlier that, violence is not just physical. So I think this person is trying to demarcate which is which and where does she draw the line? Thank you.
Right. Okay. Let me have a go and then Dr. Abiri can also contribute. Now, the first thing we should appreciate is that three things distinguish normality from abnormality, right? The first one is the severity. For instance, we all have good days and bad days. There are some days you wake up, you are eager, you jump out of bed. Some other days you struggle to get out of bed, right? And then if you misplace your phone, you'll be unhappy. But that doesn't mean you are depressed. The fact that your phone, you misplaced it, somebody stole it, you are unhappy about it, does not mean you are depressed. You also, normally we all have good days, bad days. Severity is where it is so overwhelming and pervasive. The extent of, for instance, emotional pain and anguish that they're going through is so overwhelming, is so severe that it is clearly abnormal. So severity is one thing. The second is how long it lasts. Okay, so if my phone is stolen now and I have to go through all the stress, I lost my contacts and all of that, I won't be happy. But I will not, if I continue crying for 1 week or for 2 weeks or for 1 month because I lost my phone, then that clearly is becoming, if I'm not happy for a day or two, it's understandable. But if I remain unhappy because I lost my phone for 1 month, that will raise 10 alarm bells ringing. So duration, how long it lasts for. The third criteria is when your day-to-day functioning is affected negatively. You are no longer able to function in terms of the usual responsibilities expected of you at home, in your job description, and so on. So when the changes are severe, lasting for a long time, and affecting your day-to-day functioning, that draws the line between what is normal everyday experience and what is abnormal, and what we may then begin to suspect to be a mental health problem. Now, when we talk about emotional abuse, just as Dr. Abere has mentioned, we can have physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional or psychological abuse. There's also verbal abuse, right? So emotional abuse are those actions or inactions, right? Because someone can live in the same house with you and intentionally choose not to speak to you, to ignore you, to deal with you with silence. And that by itself can be very hurtful and make you feel rejected and make you feel unworthy, right? So there are many ways by which our emotions can be hurt. We can be abused, right? Or we are made to feel we are no good. If you cook, the food is horrible, you don't even know how to cook, and so on. How did I make the mistake of ever, marrying you is the worst mistake I ever made. You are so, there are ways you can hit at someone emotionally that you make them feel devalued, make them feel unworthy, without needing to raise a finger to physically abuse them. And what you are doing is you are damaging their sense of self, such that they begin to second guess every action. Am I doing it right? Am I doing it wrong? Is it that I don't know how to cook again? Is it that I now look so ugly? Am I too fat? Am I too slim? Am I too tall? Am I too short? You begin to second guess yourself so that you lose your self-confidence and you begin to develop anxiety and many other emotional problems. So emotional abuse is something that you can begin to appreciate because sometimes it's very subtle, such that even you will be wondering that, am I imagining things? So we have to be very careful because some individuals will not openly talk to you in a way that makes you realize that they are putting you down. It can be subtle, such that it's a gradual indoctrination. I mean, there are men who are, well, it's not just men, it can be either gender, but we know commonly sometimes the men we are the guilty party, unfortunately, most of the time. But there are men who groom their spouses and their wives to be able to sort of behave in the way they want them to. And even the woman will not be aware that she has become such a doormat, a floor mat, that what she will not have taken 10 years ago, she has gradually come to the situation where she accepts everything and she doesn't complain. And when she complains, she's made to feel guilty and made to feel responsible. So it's something that we all have to have our antenna very high. Have, how do I put this now? Have zero tolerance for when people hit your self-esteem, your value, and want to devalue you, you shouldn't accept it, right? And on a personal level, as an undergraduate, I've seen several young men treat women who are their girlfriends, not even their wives at that time, in a way that was so horrible. And my morbid fear when I got married was, if I had a daughter, I'm sure, because I'll be. I'm telling you, it was one of my greatest worry and fear. If I have a daughter, I will practically, what will I do? How will I protect her? And God had my prayers. I have only boys. So, of course, boys also come with their own challenges. But, the reality is that there are lots of predators out there. And we need to be have zero tolerance for bullshit and nonsense. Pardon my language. And then bad behavior and maltreatment. We need to have zero tolerance for it and don't give an inch, because when you give an inch and then an inch becomes a mile, and from there it gradually continues to accumulate. So that's my contribution. I'm sure Dr. Abiri will have one or two things to contribute. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, just before you do, Dr. Abiri, I wanted to find out when somebody finds themselves in that situation, how do they deal with it? That's another thing. It's okay to know that this is happening, but how can they deal with it and manage and still live life?
That's for Dr. Abiri, right?
Anyone.
Let Dr. Abiri go ahead. She's my mom, she's my colleague, but she's more brilliant.
So I think, to answer that, a Yoruba proverb came to mind, that it is the day you see evil that evil enters the ground. And so if you come to a place of self-awareness where you're able to appreciate that you've been going through this for so long, that awareness is bliss. But beyond the bliss of that awareness is being able to do something about where you found yourself. And so while we may seem to mention therapy a lot here, therapy does give people wings. It gives people the ability to do things that they never knew that they could do, to start to believe in themselves in ways that they never thought they could believe in themselves. I was seeing a young lady about 2 weeks ago, and the person who has damaged her emotionally the most is also the person who she loves the most. And this person is her father. So interestingly, when people are abused, they are very often drawn to their abusers. They see them as mini gods and will continue to worship them. And so the negative will continue in words, but of course, what happens in that position of power, it's a power play, is that the abuser wants to control and take hold of everything in the abused lives, including with use of words, with use of inaction, including not giving them money, neglecting them, physically assaulting them, dictating their reproductive rights, or even sexually abusing them. And so if a woman finds herself, or a man finds himself in this position, it is important to reach out and get help. And don't get help from somebody who will tell you, it's well, it's okay, it will pass. No, get help from somebody who tells you that it's not okay for you to be treated this way. And the earlier that you get help for this condition, the better. I think as an individual, before you even start to seek help from a therapist, you need to start seeing your own self-worth. But unfortunately, many of these individuals have had their self-esteem so battered, they can't even see anything good in themselves. And so as an individual, you need to sit down and even, assess, can I even see if you can't see anything good in yourself, it's a critical, stage. And at that stage, you need to reach out for help. But if you can still pick a few things about yourself, you can still focus on a few strengths, start to affirm yourself. Tell yourself good things that you love about yourself. And it's what I would say to us as women and as parents today. Giving your children words of affirmation is like giving them wings for them to fly. I love you. You are the best. You are the best thing that ever happened. You are a genius. You are beautiful. It may seem like words, but words can break an individual's spirit. So please, if anybody finds themselves in a place where they feel like their self-worth is zero, they doubt themselves, they have no perception or a low perception of themselves and their abilities, please, by all means, reach out to a professional. The professional will help you identify where it is that issues have come. And they would also help you identify where there's been a persistent pattern where, things are affected and even you as an individual may not know. But most importantly, is for you to be able to get your power back. Because if you don't get your power back, you would remain down for such a long, long time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll move on to the next question. I think the next question is from Adeboye. Thank you so much, organizers and speakers. How can we bring this really close to the people within our communities? We notice the current situation of violence and a bunch of it as a result of different traumatic experiences people have been through. From our little project, we found out a lot about how people believe the wrong things about themselves and how anger and other negative emotions is what controls them. So the question, I think the general question is, how do we easily bring this down to people that are affected negatively? Because if we look at the pandemic and the riots that came after the 20th of October, it was more of the disenfranchised youth, people that had no hope, people that felt helpless, people that just felt everything was against them, the whole system was against them, and it affected a lot of people. Both those that were on the front line that night, those that were at home watching. I know at some point, Dr. Jibril, I mentioned it to you that I had to switch off. It was too traumatic. I just couldn't take any more. I couldn't imagine it. Yes, we experienced it in the 80s and 90s, but I just couldn't imagine in this day and age. And then, of course, you had estates being attacked. You had your neighborhoods being destroyed out of anger for the same purpose for which we're supposed to be fighting for. So a lot of people experienced so much trauma during this period. So looking at the traumatic aspect of let's just look at it from the general populace, what they experienced during this traumatic period. And the question the person is asking, how these people that are already affected this way, because our youth population is immense. I live in an estate and the slum close to that estate will override my estate in less than 2 minutes if they choose to come in. So that shows you the depth and the level of work that needs to be done, both on the private sector and the government. But let's go back to trauma, what we all experienced during this period. All of us at some level or the other, we were affected, right? So this trauma, as well as the other people that are affected, the youths that were involved, that had a sense of hopelessness, how do we bring this message to them in the grassroots? He actually mentioned that mental health doesn't come cheap. So does ASIDO have reach out stations or reach out opportunities where people can, reach out to you to get that support? Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. This is a very important topic. And I write a weekly column for the Tribune. About 3 years ago, I actually wrote I quoted James Baldwin, the Black American literary giant. So I borrowed from his words. And the title of that article was "The Fire Next Time." And the article was focused on the Boko Haram children. I used to work in Maiduguri in the Northeast, and I still visit there from time to time. And, they had this habit of kidnapping young adolescent females and marrying them forcefully, right? And many of them have now been rescued, have come back home. You know how conservative the Northern society is. They are now back home with 2 or 3 children. Nobody wants to marry them. The children are called Boko Haram children. They are called bastards. And they are growing up, nobody is paying attention to their emotional needs. That's adverse childhood experience. They are growing up rejected in society, on the fringes. They will grow up with a lot of resentment. Of course, we are not even talking about the pre-existing Almajiri children that are bereft of parental love and care and affection. So, but back to the issue of where we are, our society, our government needs to wake up to the fact that we need societal re-engineering. And this is not a work for mental health professionals alone. You need sociologists, you need anthropologists, you need social workers. There needs to be investment in social welfare, education, re-education, Ministry of Information and national orientation. We need to aggressively reach out to the poor. We have such a growing population of those who are living on less than $1 a day, and we're not doing anything about it. Of course, there will be anger. Of course, there will be resentment. And with that, there will be the feeling of deprivation. So this is clear and present danger that our government needs to wake up to. On our part as individuals, as NGOs, as private organizations, we are also not resting on our oars. the best we can do is promote public awareness, community awareness, sensitization, so that we all can see the danger and we can all begin to make demands on the government to respond to these issues. Because if we allow it boomerang, it's going to affect all of us without exception eventually. So this is very important. On our part also at the ASIDO Foundation, we are also looking for funding support so we can do radio programming, including in local languages, that will be able to take these messages to the grassroots across the country in different local languages, in Pidgin, in English, in Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, and so on, so that more people can understand, begin to understand this concept and how to look after themselves, how to improve their emotional well-being, how to cope with the adversities of our society and do better. Lastly, mental health services don't come cheap. That is true. However, that is when you request for private therapy sessions. If you go to the public hospitals, it is still very affordable. Of course, you will have to wait in the queue to be seen on clinic days. You may have to spend some hours and all of that, but you get to see a mental health professional. And for us at ASIDO Foundation, what we are doing is we have a team of volunteer mental health professionals, and we have a helpline. We don't have a clinic. We don't have the resources to put a building where we say, come and we'll treat you for free. We don't have that resources. So we can only do what we can afford to do. And what we are doing is to provide a helpline that wherever you are in Nigeria, if you think you have some emotional problems, or if you're going through some emotional difficulties or distress, and you don't know what to do or how to handle it, you want to talk to a mental health professionals, we at ASIDO Foundation can guarantee you that the person that's going to respond to you will be somebody who's a qualified mental health professional. So you can call our line or send a message. The person holding the phone is not a mental health professional. No, the person will take your number, take the message, and then get in touch with one of our professionals who will then call you back using his or her own airtime. And we are not going to charge you a dime for providing you this professional service. So this is what the little we can do to improve access to mental health services for everybody across Nigeria. And our helpline number is 0902 8080 416. I'll take it again, 0902 8080 416. That's the ASIDO Foundation's helpline. So if you or anybody you know is having emotional difficulties and you want to speak to a mental health professional, they can send us a message via our helpline, and one of our volunteer mental health professionals will call the person back or call you back and have a discussion with you about the concerns you may be having, and will give you professional expertise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jibril. We'll move on to the next question. We're way out of time, but you can see how deep your session is and the topics. The next question is please bear with me. Dr. Abiri and Dr. Jibril, when would enough and aggressive awareness be created in Nigeria about mental health in general so as to reduce all the forms of stigmatization? From the little I know, the reason most people who have mental illness commit suicide is because of the stigmatization and their inability to live with it. So I think you mentioned stigmatization earlier. If you can just quickly touch on it because of time, and then we'll move on. It's a cultural thing. There's a lot of cultural societal norms. So if you could just talk on how we can manage that.
Let me just quickly talk on this very quickly. We have a campaign that is ongoing now. We launched it on the 1st of August on our 1-year anniversary. And the campaign is called Unashamed 2020 campaign. And the whole essence of the campaign is to promote empathy, open conversations, support for people with mental health problems and their families. No more shame, no more stigma. And we are hoping to get 1 million people to visit our website and take the Unashamed 2020 pledge. So I invite the person who posted this, Sarah, as well as all of us in this meeting, to please visit our website. I'm going to write it on the chat, www.acidofoundation.com/unashamed2020. Visit that page, take the Unashamed 2020 pledge, and encourage others that you know to also take the pledge. If you tell 10 others and I tell 10 people, together we will gradually be the change we seek in our society. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. The next question is from an anonymous participant. A lot of women have men with such tendencies. Please keep talking. I had to take anxiety drugs because I didn't know my husband was abusing me emotionally. Thank you so much. So thank you for throwing light on that. She knows now, and I hope others know as well. The next question is from Ifelua. Thank you for the eye-opening sessions. Please, sorry, my screen is just bouncing up and down. Please, what do you handle a young lady who has gone through trauma, which has built a lot of anger in her and has made her shut communications with people who love her? And if you try talking to her, she just gives you a look. She's 21. So maybe Ms. Dr. Abiri, you can take that. Do you want me to repeat it?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's fine. I heard it.
Okay.
So I think that it's important to liken the trauma faced by the young lady. It's important to liken the trauma faced by the young lady and her not wanting to speak about it to putting dust under a carpet. We know what happens to the carpet after a while. It destroys it from underneath. The best way to reach this young lady is to find her a compassionate person that she can speak to, who is non-judgmental, who would not invalidate her feelings, and who would not make her feel like any of the things that she has gone through is her fault. And I think that what can meet all of that criteria is a therapist. So please, by all means, get her to a therapist, a professional who is well-versed in those areas and who will be able to speak to her. Of course, that relationship may not happen all at once, but you can rest assured that if she comes to a professional, it will take a bit of resistance, but over a while, she will be able to open up and talk to the therapist. But most importantly, it's the little and the most that you can do now is just reassure her that you can be there for her. Please continue to do it until she then accepts to go for a professional session. But by all means, please keep trying to give her your help, love, and support.
Thank you so much. We've come to the end of today. I can't thank you guys enough. Thank you, Dr. Abdul Malik. Thank you, Dr. Abiri. We are way out of time. We were hoping 1 hour, 10 minutes, but we're almost on 2 hours. So thank you so, so much. We're very grateful on behalf of the, Dr. Abiri, let's see your face. We want to thank you. On behalf of the organizing committee of the 2020 Thrive Women Conference, we would like to say thank you so much. Thank you for the work, the beautiful work you do through the ACIDO Foundation and through your careers as well. And we wish you all the best in your future plans. And we hope we can always call on you in future so we can collaborate and we can work together towards this, achieving the same goals and objectives. So once again, thank you so, so much. From all of us here, Digital Hug, thank you so much. Thank you. So please, if you could please post your email, ACIDO email, ACIDO phone number that participants can reach out to you as well. Thank you once again. So we've come to the end of this session, the mental wellness session. The next session is the raffle draw session. Please, at this point, we expect that you've renamed yourself so that we can call out the names. Somebody has been taking note of the names at this point in time. So we'll take a quick break to give everyone time to actually effect the changes, and then we'll start the raffle draw and come to the end of the 2020 Thrive Women Conference. Thank you once again, Dr. Abdul Malik and Dr. Abiri. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having us here.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. I hope we've all renamed ourselves. Thank you for your patience. So we're about to start. To make it as transparent as possible, my colleague and I would handle the raffle draw. So please, we can come on now. Okay. So she's going to read out the people that are currently on with us at the moment, and she'll put the names in the bag. Excuse me, to make it transparent. She'll put the names in the bag and then shake. Then we'll call out, she'll pick out any paper from it. She'll raise it so you can all see. She puts her hand, picks out any paper and reads out the name of the person. So that's how we hope to achieve the transparency to the process. So please go ahead with the reading of the names, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. So I'll just get to it. My name is Elizabeth Membre. And so the first name here is Adeseye Adeboye. So I'll put the piece of paper into this empty Ziploc bag. The next name is Agnes Ikechi Oleka, and I'm reading from the attendees list, which is currently on. The next name is Angela Da Silva. Angela Da Silva, I don't know if you can see. I'm trying to show the names here, but I don't know how clear it is. But it's Angela Da Silva. Then we have Favor Duruji Moses. Hold on. Like some people have left. So Favor Duruji Moses. Favor Duruji Moses is still here. And next we have Hawa Brahima. After Hawa Brahima, I can see Helen, still one of the attendees around. Then Ifeoluwa Afolabi. Ifeoluwa, hold on. Okay. Yeah, Ifeoluwa Afolabi, I'm putting it in. We have Isoma Guamo Sarah. It's Isoma Guamo Sarah is here. Nokia 7.1. That device was not renamed, so I don't know if that person can quickly, if you can quickly rename your device so I can include your name. We have Noxy Limited. This is Noxy Limited. Then we have Ofuneka Anamasonyi. Okay, Ofuneka, it's going into the bag. Then we have Oluwadusin into the bag. Omoumi Lawal. Omoumi Lawal Omitubu going into the bag. Then there is Promise Ajayi. I don't know how well you can see this, just bear with me, please. Promise Ajayi. We have Samuel. Okay, I wrote it just Samuel because that's what I saw when I was writing the name. So the full name is Samuel Soyinka Soji into the bag. Tina Okorie into the bag. So we currently have, as I can see on the screen right now, 16 attendees. So, oh, sorry, there's one I just omitted. Our panelist, Dr. Jibril Adumalik. Dr. Jibril Adumalik here. So I've put them into the bag and I'm trying to squeeze.
Dr. Adumalik is gone, so we'll send his own gifts later, so we can take it out.
I can't find it anymore, so maybe I'll just knock on it.
Okay, no problem.
So please, can you show the items, or can you take over?
Yes, so the screen will show the item and the sponsor of the item. I think one of the items was sponsored, and then from So Fresh, it's a 5,000 Naira gift voucher. So you can use that voucher at any So Fresh outlet in Lagos State. So, or any states that they operate. I know they're in Port Harcourt, they're in Abuja, they're in Lagos. I'm not quite sure the other states, but if you live within this access and you win it, you can go in there and use the 5,000 Naira gift voucher to buy their products there. And if you've gone there before, you know that their products are delicious and their smoothies outstanding. So please go ahead with the raffle.
Okay. I'm trying to.
Can we have their logo, please? Can we have So Fresh logo, please?
Okay, so I'm picking out. I've picked one right now. Let's see. Who is this? Who is this? Who is this? Can you see it?
No.
No, you can't see.
No, move back a bit.
Is it showing? Is it?
It's
okay, maybe I
down.
should just go ahead. Maybe I should just go ahead and read it. It's Agnes Ikechi Oleka. That's the name here.
That's the name. Okay, so please, can we note the name? Agnes, we would contact you with the number. So anybody that wins, you will be contacted with
Agnes,
the number you registered with.
Agnes Ikechi Oleka. Okay.
Okay, so the next item, please. So the next item is a 5,000 Naira airtime of any network. So if you are the winner, we would send you your 5,000 Naira airtime.
Okay, so I think I've touched that one. Yeah. Who is this? Promise Ajayi.
Congratulations, okay. Promise Ajayi. Is she still here?
Promise Ajayi.
Okay, she is. She is. Promise
Ajayi.
I hope you're registered with your phone number because that's what we use to communicate. So 5,000 Naira airtime. Okay, the next item, please. So we have a blender, Sideshow blender. What's the next name?
Okay. Ofuneka Anamasonye. Ofuneka Anamasonye. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so that's for the blender. Congratulations, Ufuneka. The next item, please. 3-set pots. A pot of 3. Is that English correct? A pot of 3 sets. So who has that?
Okay. That's Oluwa Dusin.
Yay! I'm happy for her. She was here. Oluwa Dusin.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Funeka. I can see you've responded. Thank you.
The next is a fan.
Okay, I don't know who is next. Let's see. Wow, I'm trying to. Okay, it's upside down here. Can you see the name? I think it's Omawumi.
Omawumi
Lawal. Omawumi Lawal Omitugun. Omawumi Lawal
Omitugun.
Yes, please.
Okay, for the fan. Thank you.
Yes, for the fan. Yes, thank you for Omawumi for coming.
And congratulations. Next item, please. We have an electric iron.
It's upside down, okay. Okay, Angela Da Silva.
Angela Da Silva. for the iron, electric iron.
Yes.
Thank you. Noted.
Thank you, Angela. I can see your comments. And Omomi, I saw your comments. Thank you.
So we have, I'm not sure if this is the last one, but we have an electric kettle, a Daewoo electric kettle.
Okay. So, upside down. Okay, I think it's Noxy Limited.
Ooh! One of our
Noxy
major
Limited.
supporters from Time. Glad they won something. Okay. Do we have any other gift items? It's finished.
Thank you, Noxy. Whoop, whoop.
Okay, so I think we're done. At this point, we would like to congratulate everyone that was part of it. Everyone that was part of it. Thank you for staying. Thank you for believing in us. Thank you for being a part of this conference, our third annual Thrive Women Conference. On behalf of the organizing team, I would like to give my vote of thanks. We are very appreciative of you, our sponsors, our supporters, our speakers. Can we have the speakers up, please? The speakers' pictures up, please. So I would like to say thank you, and please follow us on our Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, on Thrive Naija Women, Thrive Naija Women. And at this point, we would like to appreciate Mrs. Yemi Shukura, who spoke yesterday. For those of you that were here yesterday, anything China, anything international trade between Nigeria and China, please, she left her contact details yesterday. Please hook up to her. The next, please. Adetokunbo Elliott from ASEAN Microfinance Bank. They've also supported us from inception. We appreciate them. Thank you very much for being a part of 2020 Thrive Women Conference. Mrs. Nireti Adebayo, outstanding, soft-spoken, easy to get along with, very, very passionate about what she does. We thank you, Nireti Adebayo. Thank you so much. Then we have the beautiful Damali Sali, all the way from Uganda, who spoke to us on how to run businesses, how to be innovative, what are the ideas we can come up with to collaborate instead of compete with each other. Thank you, Damali Sali. And to our amiable, fantastic keynote speaker, extremely intelligent, Mrs. Fatumata Sokona Koka. We appreciate you for your support and for always being accessible despite your tight schedule. Thank you. Then our special coach is Zefua Irabo. Thank you so, so much. You did justice to today's topic, and we are very, very appreciative of you. Thank you for your time. We'd like to say thank you to Brandy Perdue, all the way from Tampa, Florida, USA. She had to wake up 3:30 this morning to be part of the conference. We appreciate you, and we appreciate the journey that you shared with us. Thank you so much. Then the very able Dr. Jibril Abdulmalik. Thank you so much. Ever passionate, ever self-giving, ever accessible. Thank you for the work you do. We appreciate you. Thank you. Dr. Bonjubola Abiri, thank you. You look deceptively young, and you would think, oh, what does she have to tell me? But she's amazing. She has so much information, so much experience, and coupled with wisdom as well. So thank you, Dr. Bonjubola Abiri. We appreciate you. Thank you. So that's all for today. I would like to say thank you once again to everyone who was a part of it. It's been an exciting 2-day conference. I've learned a lot. You've learned a lot. If you think or feel you need more information, please feel free to send us an email, support@thrive.org.ng, or visit our website where you registered at www.thrive.org.ng. So until we come your way again, same time next week, congratulations to all the winners, and we thank all our supporters, sponsors, media partners, and we look forward to a better 2021 and 2021 that brings out the best in us, and we give the best of ourselves to each other. Thank you, and have a glorious weekend ahead. Thank you.